last week at an event, as a side event to our regional conference with the member countries, organized in Poland last week. For those who are here in the room, just a practical information that if you need translation, then the Macedonian interpretation is in channel 1, English is in channel 2, and Russian in channel 3, with the headsets that you have in front of you at the tables. For those who are connected online, the usual, you can find the languages at the bottom of the screen as usual. And now, without any further delay, let me give the floor to the welcoming words of Mr. Jovan Stoyanovsky, Chief of Cabinet of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy of the Republic of North Macedonia. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Почитувани гости на годинешната 13-та меѓународна работилница LANDNET во Скопје. Почитуван Стефан Худолин, шеф на оделот за соработка при делегацијата на Европската унија во Северна Македонија. Почитуван доктор Златко Софиновски, декан на Кадежниот факултет при Универзитетот Свети Кирил и Методи Скопје. Почитуван Набел Танги, регионален представник на ФАО за Европа. Почитуван Мортан Хартинскен, ФАО експерт за земјишни политики. Почитувани дами и господи. Представува огромно задоволство што во следниве 3 дена Република Северна Македонија ќе биде домакин на 13-тата поред LANDNET меѓународна работилница. Оваа година се фокусира на консолидација на земјиштето и земјишното банкарство како инструменти по земјишната политика и искуства од нивната примена за организацијата на овој настан до ФАО, до Градежниот факултет, како и до делегацијата на Европска унија во Северна Македонија. Ова е одлична можност да споделиме искуства за битни теми од областа на земјишната политика со повеќе од 180 стручни лица и професионалци од областа на управувањето со земјиштето, од преку 40 земји од Европа и Централна Азија. Земјоделскиот сектор има огромна важност за Северна Македонија. Ако се земе во предвид дека учествува со 12% во бруто домашниот производ и обезбедува работа за близу 22% од вкупното население. Со оглед на фактот дека скоро половина од нашето население живее во руралните области, каде можностите за активности надвор од земјоделството се ограничени, земјоделството е навистина од посебна важност за речиси половина од нашата популација. Сите кои доаѓаме од овој сектор ќе се согласиме дека еден од најголемите структурни проблеми на македонското земјоделие и основен лимитирачки фактор е малата површина на земјоделски стопанства и прекумерната расцепканост на земјоделското земјиште. Повеќето земјоделски стопанства во Северна Македонија се помали од 2 хектари наспроти 16 хектари просечна големина на земјоделските стопанства во Европската унија. Дополнително, овие мали земјоделски стопанства се расцепкани на 5 или повеќе ситни парцели во неправилна форма, кои во исто време се оддалечени една од друга. Истото тоа доведува до намалување на продуктивноста и затоа овој проект од ФАО е од огромно значење. Од особена важност за подобрување на оваа состојба во македонското земјоделство, проектот кој ФАО го финансира од 2014 година до денес. И секако заедничките заложби на Европската унија, ФАО и Министерството за земјоделство, шумарство и водостопанство во рамки на тековниот проект воведување на национална програма за консолидација на земјиште. Со подршка на Mainland, консолидацијата полека но сигурно фаќа чекор. Постигнавме значаен напредок во спроведување на првиот циклус на современи интегрирани проекти за консолидација на земјоделското земјиште, како и поголеми подрачја во нашата држава, со вклучување на посериозни инфраструктурни инвестиции, базирани на модерен, демократски принцип, каде земјоделците го имаат главниот збор. Нашиот напредок во консолидацијата на земјиштето беше нотиран и во извештајот од Европската комисија за напредок на државата на патот кон ЕУ во 2020 година. Досега во рамки на LANDNET консолидацијата на земјиштето успешно се финализираше во 2 консолидациони подрачја, а 7 други подрачја се во напредна фаза на распределба на земјиштето. Крајната цел е да се подобри структурата на околу 3000 хектари земјоделско земјиште, од што директен бенефит ќе имаат околу 2500 сопственици на земјиштето. Тоа ќе придонесе не само за зголемување на конкурентноста на земјоделското производство, туку и за подобрување на условите за живот во руралните средини. За постигнување на оваа цел, од особена важност е да ги зголемиме мобилноста на земјиштето како ресурс, како и максимизирање на искористеноста на државното земјоделско земјиште. Во тој контекст, драго ни е што на годинешната LANDNET работилница една од главните теми е земјишното банкарство, како дел од интегрираниот сет алатки во земјишната политика. Почитувани, останувам уверен дека подобрувањето на структурата на земјоделското земјиште и зголемувањето на пристапот на земјоделците до инфраструктура, технологии, како и нови пазари е клучно за еднината на системите на храна и може да ги привлече младите да напредуваат и да се вклучат во овој сектор. Чест ни е како држава, домакин, сега и ние да се пофалиме со веќе видливи резултати, кои со поддршка на Европската унија и ФАО ги постигнавме во земјишната структурна реформа. Во искористување на придобивките, што ги нудат различните инструменти на земјишна политика, потребно е да ги земеме во предвид и овие позитивни искуства на земјите, каде овие инструменти имаат долга традиција на успешно спроведување. Дозволете ми уште еднаш да ви посакам добре дојде и продуктивна работилница, од која очекувам да произлезат позитивни насоки за развивање на заеднички пристап за подобра легислатива за консолидација на земјиштето во земјите од регионот и пошироко, се со цел унапредување на развојот и конкурентноста на земјоделството. Ви благодарам за вниманието.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stoyanovsky. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Stefan Hudolin. Stefan is head of cooperation at the delegation of the European Union to the Republic of North Macedonia. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear Mr. Stoyanovsky from the ministry representing today, dear Dean, Mr. Srvinovsky, dear representatives from the FAO, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody here in the room, but also connected online. It's quite impressive to see so high numbers attending this conference. And I'm particularly happy to be here and to be able to address you today on behalf of the European Union and to outline some of the EU angles and aspects as we have been supporting North Macedonia significantly in the process that also relates to the topics that you will be discussing during these days to come. I understand that a lot will be exchanged on how to improve land policies towards raising land productivity and how to better manage the land resources for the economic, but also social well-being of farmers and agricultural healthy competitiveness. Therefore, I would like to use this opportunity to raise the attention on how important our land resources are for the protection of the environment and for the future of our planet. Land use is very, very central to many of the environmental and socio-economic issues that society is facing at present. It is subject to competing pressures from, for example, urbanization, infrastructure, increased food production, feed and fuel production, while at the same time, land is expected to continue providing key ecosystem services. Land is limited, an essential natural resource. And yet, almost 1,000 square kilometers of agriculture or natural land disappears every year in the European Union, as it is converted into artificial areas. More EU land is affected by degradation all at the time, and ecosystem services are lost as a result of this. President von der Leyen has mentioned a quote that caring for the land is our shared priority of all of us. And to help to tackle those challenges, various European policies promote land and biodiversity protection, sustainable urban development. The overarching Green Deal introduced by the European Commission and the related theme strategies such as the farm to fork, biodiversity and green infrastructure are very vocal on ongoing infrastructure challenges for aligning land use policy with climate, biodiversity and food objectives, as well as the opportunities to enhance the sustainability of land use systems. Land use does and will further play a very crucial role and critical role in enabling Europe to achieve its net zero greenhouse gas emissions goal. The European Green Deal is about living, producing, and meeting our needs at minimum cost for the planet. The sustainable land systems are at the core of the Green Deal, whose targets to cut greenhouse emissions by at least 55% to be achieved in the year 2030. Land is unique in its ability to act both as a source and a sink for emissions. Therefore, our vision within Europe and globally is of land use sector that will serve this double function through the production and consumption of sustainable and healthy food, the appropriate use of wood, and restoration of vital ecosystems. And this change requires global action. The European Union, together with FAO partners and other international organizations, is actively involved in reflecting the sustainable land management, not just in its policies, but also in its external assistance to encourage all partnering countries, whether candidate countries or those aspiring to EU membership or any economic or trading partners to do so. And I'm very much looking forward to our exchanges of the good practices on land management, but also on how to better align land use decision-making processes and to achieve stronger coherence between land use, climate, ecosystems, and food objectives. I thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a successful and fruitful discussion in the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hodolin. Let me now introduce the next speaker. It's Dr. Zlatko Sabinowski, Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering and our local partner for the organization of the workshop. Dean, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Почитуван министер за земјоделство, шумарство и водостопанство, господин Љупчо Николовски. Министерот не е денес со нас, ама не е лошо да го поздрави. Почитуван шеф на кабинетот на министерот, господин Јован Стојановски. Почитуван шеф на одделот за соработка при делегацијата на Европската унија во Република Северна Македонија, господин Стефан Худолин. Почитуван регионален представник на ФАО за Европа, господин Набил Канги. Почитуван ФАО експерт за земјишни политики, господин Мортен Хартвиксен. Почитувани колешки и колеги, дами и господа, драги пријатели. Имам особена чест и пријатна должност да ве поздравам во името на Градежниот факултет од Скопје и да ви посакам успешна работа на 13-тиот меѓународен LANDNET workshop. На почетокот дозволете кратко представување на Градежниот факултет од Скопје. Градежниот факултет при Универзитетот Свети Кирил и Методи во Скопје е најстарата и најзначајната научно-истражувачка установа во Република Македонија од областа на градежништвото, геодезијата и геотехниката. Во текот на својот развој низ годините, Градежниот факултет постојано ги следи потребите на пазарот на трудот и ги прилагодува своите наставни програми, се со цел да изгради професионалци во областа, кои по завршувањето на студиите ќе бидат конкурентни и ќе можат веднаш да одговорат на потребите на пазарот. Консолидацијата на земјоделското земјиште е тема која години наназад е актуелна и како процес целосно е покриена во наставната програма по геодезија, како од теоретски, така и од практичен аспект. Студентите имаат можност да се запознаат со најновите технологии за аквизиција и процесирање на просторните податоци, а го стекнуваат и потребното знаење во областа на геоинформационите системи, просторното планирање, катастарот и процената на недвижностите. Во изминатиот 73 годишен период, повеќе од 7000 студенти го стекнале своето образование на Градежниот факултет. При тоа, со оглед на фактот дека ленд менеджментот е најтесно поврзан со областа на геодезијата, од особено значење за денешниот научен собир, е фактот дека на Градежниот факултет со звањето дипломиран геодетски инженер се здобиле Повеќе од 650 студенти со звањето магистер на технички науки од областа на геодезијата се здобиле повеќе од 250 студенти, со звањето доктор на технички науки од областа на геодезијата се здобиле околу 10 магистри на технички науки. Почитувани колеги, организацијата на научно-стручните собири со учество на еминентни домашни и странски стручњаци представува исклучителен придонес во развојот и ширењето на најновите достигнувања во областа на ленд менеджментот во нашата земја. Во таа насока од особена важност е организацијата на овој 13-ти меѓународен LANDNET воркшоп, кој представува важна научна манифестација меѓу другото и во областа на инженерството. Таквите собири се од општи интерес и истите се показател дека сме релевантен фактор во регионалните геодетски рамки. Во прилог на тоа одат и актуелните теми на воркшопот со кои се настојува да се држи чекор со светските тенденции на полето на ленд менеджментот, ленд консолидацијата, ленд банкингот и други аспекти на менеджирањето со земјишните ресурси. Во таа насока интересно ќе биде да се споделат и македонските искуства, особено на полето на ленд консолидацијата или кај нас популарната комасација, со што ќе имате прилика да се запознаете во текот на утрешниот ден, вклучувајќи интересната посета на локалитетот Егри. Посебна чест за Градежниот факултет е што се јавува како коорганизатор на овој настан. За вложениот труд, знаење, енергија, ентузијазам, искрени честитки му упатувам на организациониот одбор на чело со професор доктор Ѓорѓи Ѓорѓиев. Професоре Ѓорѓиев, ако успехот на еден ваков воркшоп се мери со непреспани ноќи, работа за викенди и работа за празници, немам никаква дилема дека ова ќе биде успешен воркшоп. На крајот, во името на вработените на Градежниот факултет, како и во свое лично име, сакам да им посакам топло добре дојде на сите учесници од земјава и странство, а по успешната работа на LANDNET воркшопот задоволни со позитивни импресии да заминете, за со нетрпение сите заедно да го очекуваме следниот ваков настан. Уште еднаш срдечно ве поздравувам и ви посакувам успешна работа на воркшопот. Благодарам.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sabinovsky. And now, last but not least, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Nabil Ganci. Nabil is Deputy Regional Representative of the FAO Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, and also the de facto head of the FAO office in North Macedonia. Nabil is joining us online. Nabil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Morten. Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
We hear very well.
Respected Mr. Jovan Stoyanovsky, Chief of the Cabinet at the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy of North Macedonia, our partners. Respected Mr. Stefan Hodelin, Head of Cooperation at the EU Delegation in North Macedonia. Respected Mr. Zlatko Srivnovsky, Dean of the Faculty of Civil Engineering in Skopje and the host of this good event. Respected LANDNET participants and partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you present in Skopje and those connected online to the 13th International LANDNET Workshop, organized by FAO together with the Faculty of Civil Engineering in Skopje and co-organized with the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy and the delegation of the European Union to the Republic of North Macedonia. It is a great pleasure for me to basically be here today, as this is the first regional event I participate in after the end of the regional conference for Europe and Central Asia, which shows basically how important our regional dimension, even for work within North Macedonia. LANDNET is a growing network of land professionals, mainly from countries in Europe and Central Asia. FAO organized the first regional workshop on land consolidation in 2002 to exchange good practices and strengthen cooperation and partnerships. In the area of land tenure, topics such as land fragmentation, land banking, state land management, land abandonment, and land market development. It is our great pleasure that after the suspension of the 2020 and 2021 LANDNET workshops due to the COVID pandemic, that this 13th LANDNET workshop is convening today in Skopje and online, with in total around 200 land management professionals from around 45 countries. The lessons learned from the introduction of land consolidation in North Macedonia are one of the key themes of this event. North Macedonia has in recent years developed into a flagship country for FAO, particularly FAO support to land consolidation in the region. In particular, through our partnership with the EU through its mainland project. On this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Economy of North Macedonia, and to the delegation of the European Union, and all stakeholders and partners in the country for their trust, and giving us the opportunity to work together in addressing one of the most crucial impediments to the agriculture sector development in North Macedonia, but not only in North Macedonia, but in several other countries, as Mr. Hodlin had basically expressed and said, in several countries in Europe. In North Macedonia, excessive land fragmentation, small farm sizes, and insufficient agricultural infrastructure. The ultimate goal of the support is to increase the competitiveness of farms, enhance rural livelihoods, and improve sustainability in the management of natural resources in North Macedonia. I am confident that this year's LANDNET workshop will facilitate the important exchange on good practices and country experiences with land banking and land consolidation, as well as the policy options to address land abandonment in our region and beyond, which would lead to opportunities for new cooperation and partnerships on these important development aspects. On this positive note, let me once again welcome you and wish you a very productive workshop, and thank all the partners for this excellent opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nabil. Let me now briefly introduce the program for the workshop for the next 2.5 days. The topic of the need for sustainable development and in particular to strengthen local food production. I think this is the way that we can ensure the food security. We have maybe taken a bit food security in our part of the world for granted for many years, but it's now really important that we use all the available natural resources that we have around to, in a sustainable way. This is still important that we remember that, to produce the food for the populations. Local food production has never been more important as it is now. And those instruments that we are discussing at this workshop, and as we have discussed at all the previous LANDNET workshops, all contribute to strengthening local food production and the sustainability of land management. But back to the program. We will today have 2 sessions, and these will be the first 2 sessions. We'll first have a coffee break now for 30 minutes when we end the opening session. Then we'll have the 2 sessions on land banking. The first one, Thomas Vasinskas, our FAO's international legal consultant, will introduce the recently published FAO publication, European Good Practices on Land Banking. Thomas will be followed by a presentation by Maxim Gorgan, Land Tenure Officer in the Regional Office. Maxim will present an overview of land banking instruments as they are applied in countries in Europe and Central Asia. We will have time for questions and discussion to the presentations. And then in the second session, which is very much connected, we will have a country presentations about land banking, how it's practiced in Slovenia, in Denmark, and in Latvia. The final session today we will discuss capacity development for land consolidation and land banking. The Dean already mentioned in his introduction the importance of this topic. We talk about building up capacity for land consolidation when it's introduced in the country. So the capacity of those in the public sector, usually in Ministry of Agriculture, but also in cadastre agencies, land registries, the team of consultants, experts working on the projects. But the other side of the capacity building is the long-term capacity building, where the universities play a key role to develop the future land consolidation and land banking professionals that will bring this forward. And when we are scaling up the activities to national programs, this is really important. And we will discuss this in the final session today, how we are planning to launch a new initiative on strengthening capacity development for land consolidation and land banking. Then I'm pleased to announce also that for those of you who are physically present in Skopje, you are all invited to a common dinner tonight, where we will have a good opportunity to taste the great local Macedonian kitchen. Transport to the restaurant will be organized, and we will provide you all with more detailed information about where to meet and how to get there after the lunch break. Tomorrow, we have also a very interesting program. The focus of the program tomorrow is introduction of land consolidation in North Macedonia. We will from 9 to 11 have a session here in the room and online about the introduction of land consolidation in North Macedonia with the different aspects. And in the afternoon, we have organized the field trip where we will see 2 of the land consolidation project areas implemented under the mainland project in municipality of Bitola. You will have more information about the field trip again and how it's organized and the practical details before we leave. And I would also like to mention that we have prepared a background note on the experiences so far achieved with the introduction of land consolidation. You have it all in front of you. I'm sorry if I may borrow this one. This note is printed out for those who are here in the room, and for those who are connected online, it has been circulated also to everybody. So I would encourage that you have a look in this background note so that you are aware what has been going on and will get more out of the field visit tomorrow. On Friday morning, we have the final session until lunch, and we will have 2 sessions. First, we will have a session on policy instruments to address land abandonment, where Andrew Cartwright will set the scene, and it will be followed then by country presentations on policy instruments to address land abandonment from Armenia, from Turkey, and Lithuania. In the final session, we will have a presentation on land reform in Uzbekistan and a presentation on land consolidation or the introduction of land consolidation in Ethiopia. And then, as we have already mentioned, we will have the election of the new LANDNET board. The board, for those who are not aware, is let's say advisory board to FAO on the future development of LANDNET. We have 2 or 3 online meetings every year where we are discussing the next steps. We are planning the workshops. We usually organize annual workshops. I hope, after not being able to organize a workshop as a physical event since we were in Galicia in November 2019, I hope that we will organize already next year the next workshop. We will come back to this also in the final session on Friday with an announcement on the workshop next year. But for the election of the board, we announced already when we sent out the first save the date message to all of you in January, we announced that we will be electing this board, and we encouraged everybody to suggest candidates for the board. And I'm very pleased to tell you that we have 8 very good candidates already. And I will come back to that on Friday, where we can hopefully elect the board for the next 2-year period. Finally, we have, as some of you have already seen, we have brought some publications. We have the legal guide that we published in 2020. It was originally published in English and Russian versions, and now with the kind support of FAO project in Kosovo, we have also translated versions into Serbian and Albanian language. All 4 languages in printed versions are available at the entrance, so please take a copy of if you didn't do it already. And in addition, we have the recently published land banking study that Thomas will present after the coffee break. It's also available there, and so don't forget to take your copy. Now, thank you very much. We have now the coffee break, and we will begin the first technical session at 10:30. Thank you very much. Has worked internationally for many years in many different countries. But before I give the floor to Jan to moderate the second session, let me correct the mistake that I made in my introduction. The kind translation of the FAO legal guide on land consolidation into Serbian and Albanian language was funded by, not by FAO, but by GIZ project in Kosovo, and they were also funded the publications of the hard copies that you have on the table, including of additional English versions of the copies. So thanks a lot to GIZ for this excellent support. Jan, over to you.
Well, thank you, Morten. Good morning, everybody. Nice to be here. Physically, but also to meet each other from digital way as well. This second session is about land banking instrument and their application in Europe and Central Asia. We have 2 keynote presentations, one from Thomas and another one from Maxime. Thomas, I met the first time in my life in Lithuania in 2009. And I give the floor to you to express more about the paper of land banking study on good European practices on land banking. Thomas. Microphone.
I will just check. Yeah, it works. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jan, for the short introduction. It was in 2008 that we first met in Lithuania. And Lithuania in 2006 started working with the help of FAO on the land consolidation strategy. And I was part of this group of national experts working on land consolidation. I will speak slowly. Normally I am slow in life, but I will speak slowly also for the interpretation, because we have 2 languages additionally being used here, so they will have some time to translate it. So I'm an international legal consultant of FAO, and we have prepared, actually, I would like to present you a result of our work of 2 years, which the publication that Morten has already showed you. It's a European good practices on land banking, an FAO study and recommendations. And the publication which preceded regarding land management instruments was a legal guide on land consolidation. It was published in 2020. So it is sort of a logical sequence now because these two land management instruments may be combined. If land consolidation is already quite well known by many, land banking maybe it is more of an innovative instrument in some countries. And it is a great pleasure for me as well that we will have representatives from different countries from Western Europe and Central Europe, which have experience with land banking. Either they applied for a long term, for decades already, or we will have countries which introduced land banking together with and combined with other instruments not that long ago, for example, like Latvia, from 2015, 2017, but I leave this for my colleagues from these countries. So I will not go into details. The details maybe will be presented later on by the country speakers. I would like to present the publication itself, its structure, and what you can find useful there, because what we felt truly that there is a lack of concentrated information. The same was with land consolidation guide and with the land banking as well, land banking tool, because when you go to a country and national expert asks you what should I read and what information should I analyze, actually often there was a scattered or random information, you know, which was not necessarily the best one to read or analyze. So we try to identify good practices, and we moved from the term best practices into the term good practices, because it's not mathematics and you cannot say this is the best practice and you have to apply it, you know, please do it. And especially that practice shows, you know, in countries you represent, that instruments which work in other countries do not necessarily work in your country or another country. So it has to be adapted to local situation, you know. So in 2022, the publication saw the light, and this is the first time I'm touching it on paper version. So what were the objectives? As I have mentioned already, it's to provide a practical guidance and recommendations on land banking this time, and also on the combination of land banking and land consolidation. We have quite important load of information also on combination of these two instruments. And I would also say that we have covered certain parts of land consolidation also for certain countries. For example, those who are interested in finding out how France deals with land consolidation, how France uses land consolidation, you can find it in our land banking publication as well. So now we have this two papers that we can proudly bring and share and discuss them. The methodology was, of course, so COVID pandemic times, yeah, made us work at home more. And of course, this was a desk research, but also so 2 years of work, which involved desk research. And also there was a big list of professionals from all the countries analyzed involved. So we had contacts with key persons in the analyzed countries. There will be a separate slide on that, but I would like to thank all the people which contributed. And it is not, you know, I would say it's a common work, you know, where everyone brought his or her input. So the idea was to analyze thoroughly and in detail Western European practice and the countries like Denmark, France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Spain, Galicia were analyzed with regard to land banking, what practices they apply. And my colleague Maxim will present in the next presentation. He will cover geographically the whole European region, and he will present who applies what instruments of land banking. So you will have a broader picture, but in detail in our paper, we have analyzed these 5 countries. Of course, the picture is very dynamic. And while already preparing for publication of a paper, we still had incoming information that, for example, in Spain, Galicia, they have adopted a new law. So we succeeded to write a line or 2 about that. Please check that there are legislative changes upcoming in Spain, Galicia, etc. So the situation is dynamic and changing, and this is what we have up to date by the end of the year 2021. Then we had shorter reviews of Central European countries, which involved Croatia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Slovenia, because the main idea of this document, I would say, was to analyze what is a good practice in those countries which apply land banking for a long time, and to see whether and how it worked in Central European countries, which I have just listed, and if these countries try to use land banking, and then to see if and how this instrument could be used in other Eastern European countries or Caucasus countries, etc. So we had also organized a FAO webinar in December 2000 well, I have a date further on, but during the webinar we have collected the information, so which we integrated into the document. So it was a live exchange of information, and then finalization and publication. So 3 main authors involved in this work was Morten Hartwigsen, Maxim Gorgon, and myself, and and as I have mentioned, we had really a long list of contributors from different countries. So I would like to say thank you, and I'm sorry I cannot now list everyone's name, but this was a great contribution. So one of the results, and in the paper itself, you will find it in the very beginning. And this was our question, because normally this definition that we drafted and discussed so long about what to include in there, this was a result of our analysis. But then we said it's so important that we have to put it in the very beginning. So we put it in the very beginning in the introductory chapter and said that this is a result of our analysis. And this definition indicates a little bit what is land banking, what is it used for, and what institutions are involved. And also the next slide will be about what land bank is not, because when we say land bank, immediately we think about banking business, or commercial banks, credit cards, investments, etc. So this is not a standard understanding of a word bank, because sometimes we can use land fund, land bank. It's an absolutely different thing from commercial banking. So the definition, I will read it and comment on certain elements to make it even clearer, that land banking is a set of systematic activities by an institution with public purpose. The problem might be that land banking, we will see what kind of land banking tools, core tools, can be applied. It's like, for example, acquisition of land in the market. It's temporary management. It's resale on the market or use in land consolidation projects, etc. But or lease facilitation, when you facilitate lease transaction in the market between private participants. But it should not be understood as a random acquisition of land by a public institution, that we have such an amount of money and we'll buy land here, here and there, and something will happen. So I think what would happen, it would be a waste of money. So actually, this is a systematic approach. We have goals, objectives, why we use land banking, and when we buy certain parcel, we know for what purpose we buy it. Will it be for a railway gauge in 10 years, or will it be for a land consolidation project, etc. So there has to be a systematic approach, and I think Western European countries can tell us and will tell us how they plan in advance, how not to waste public money in expropriating, for example, afterwards. You know, if you wish to expropriate the railway gauge land in one push, it costs a lot of money as compared if you do it in advance, etc. Or you increase, for example, land mobility in a land consolidation area with the help of land banking. So this is a systematic approach, and this is a public institution involved. It is not a private land bank which is engaged. So it has to have a public purpose. There might be different legal forms of land banks, but it has to have a public purpose. It's not for business. And what this public institution does, it is intermediate purchase, sale, exchange of land, or lease of land in agricultural and rural areas. And the objective is to increase land mobility. For example, in a land consolidation project area, if this land bank owns certain parcels, so when you consolidate land, you restructure, you have more options to exchange or to sell. You can enlarge wind farms, etc. So to increase land mobility, to facilitate development of agricultural land markets, you can see from our publication that certain land banks, from one way or another, impact land markets via development, and also to pursue public policy objectives related to agricultural, rural development, sustainable land use, etc. Implementation of public large-scale infrastructure projects and others. So it is public activity, public purpose activity, involving a public purpose institution and involving transactions with land, buying, selling, exchanging, leasing, or facilitating their lease. And afterwards, I will show you there are other functions that are also involved. I will explain them later. They may be involved. So this is a killer slide with a lot of text, which is not for reading. The only word to read is the word not. We meant what land bank is not. Because as I mentioned, there is often a wrong impression what is land bank. And if you Google, you will find different definitions of land banks, which are for commercial purpose, etc. But for the purpose of our publication and in LANDNET network, land banking is understood as a public purpose activity. No credit cards, no credits, etc. Well, so this is a contents just to explain. Of course, it's too small probably to read, but it's just to explain the key structure of a document. This I won't name the introduction, but so then the second chapter analyzes Western European practice. The third chapter analyzes Central and Eastern European practice and the need for necessity for land banking in Eastern European countries. And the fourth is we tried, because the second chapter is dedicated to specific countries. This is Denmark, this is Germany, this is the Netherlands, etc. So the fourth chapter is sort of concluding things and trying to identify, so what is good practice, what should be what can we conclude from these previous chapters 2 and 3? And chapter 5 provides recommendations. I will show how these recommendations look like and mention some key of them. So this is just an illustration how a chapter looks like, the second chapter on Western European countries. And of course, we provide schemes and tables, and you can find it yourself in the document. I have explained the structure, and as I mentioned, chapter 5 provides this type of recommendations. We have boxes. We used this tool like from the land consolidation guide as well, where we tried to concentrate. I'm not speaking too fast. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So we try to concentrate because there are rare people read from page 1 to page 150. I also prefer to read the sections which I really need for practical application. So these boxes are for key recommendations, and you can find all the concentrated information in them. Now about a little bit, very shortly about the contents. What is it? What we have found out during our analysis? We identified that actually there are, Maxim will mention afterwards, I think it's 14 countries in Europe apply land banking instruments, right? And two core and key instruments or approaches which are applied is deal with property rights, sale, acquisition of land, and the second type is facilitation of lease. We know Galician example from Spain, but also Maxim will mention other countries which also apply facilitation of lease. So here in facilitation of lease, I will not speak as a lawyer now because I would have to use different terms, but it is sort of an intermediary between the owner of the land and the potential tenant who is interested in leasing in the land. So this land bank acts as an intermediary to facilitate meeting the supply and demand and to eliminate certain difficulties which the invisible hand of the market didn't manage to, to overcome, because sometimes there are cadastral issues or administrative or taxation or many other forms of obstacles that could prevent the farmer from renting out these parcels. Or for example, parcel structure is so scattered that it's, the farmer cannot manage to collect it into one piece and to rent it in. So these are two key instruments: active land purchase here and facilitation of land transactions. But then in different land banks throughout Europe, we have found also other instruments being applied. Of course, this is a management of state-owned land, and the situation in countries is different. In one country, state owns a big load of land remaining after land reforms or resulting from other situations. In some countries, agricultural land is owned by municipalities, for example. So this would be another approach. But management of state-owned land is one of the functions that we have identified. And also such instruments as leaseback or sale back, for example, which sounds strange, but instruments which allow to a farmer who is in a difficulty, for example, financial difficulty, to overcome this period. For example, instead of being forced to sell his or her land, this farmer can address itself to the land bank and ask that the land bank buys out this land and leases it back to the same farmer. And at a certain point in time, indicated in the contract, this farmer can buy out this land. So this is how this person doesn't lose the land. Questions about these instruments you can ask, for example, a Latvian representative presenting on Latvia. They use this instrument. So they would be able to provide more details. What we identified from the Central European countries which apply land banking is Czech Republic, Latvia, and Slovenia. And Slovenia has quite a long experience with land banking. Maybe it's not a very largely applied, but they have experience, and Czech Republic as well and Latvia joined land banking, started using land banking instrument from a few years ago. So they will be able, we have presentations from Slovenia and also from Latvia, so it will be a great opportunity to ask questions and see what are their results in this. Also, FAO during the implementation, Jan, I'm sorry, I do not have any time here. So 10 minutes, excellent, thank you. So FAO has identified a renewed interest in land banking in a number of countries, and you can see enumerated these countries here. And also, you know, the need to understand what is land banking and how it is combined, is it applicable in these circumstances, etc. So what approach to apply? Is it an acquisition of property, or is it facilitation of lease, or is it a specific state land management, etc. So what are the key drivers? The key drivers are land abandonment and a wish to improve farm structures. And we will talk a lot about land abandonment during the third date of the conference, and many interesting presentations will be there. And I think it's also an excellent opportunity to ask questions. It's not a, you know, well, I know that you do not have abandoned land in the Netherlands, because we paid a visit to our colleagues in the Netherlands, kindly organized by the Dutch, and I asked the Dutch lawyer, so what is the regulation of abandoned land? Do you have sanctions, or it's a higher taxation? And he was a little bit surprised, and then he said, we don't have abandoned land in the Netherlands. So, you know, this is one thing. So Lithuania and the Netherlands will have a presentation or not? No? So Lithuania will have a presentation. It's not a marketing of my country, but I think it's a nice result, because now Lithuania has only less than 1% of land is abandoned in Lithuania. So they will be able to explain what instruments they use. So land abandonment and improvement of farm structures are the key drivers to analyze the applicability of these documents in these countries. I won't list all of them, but these policy objectives that you could be achieved with land banking, or land banking could contribute actually to the achievement of these objectives. I have mentioned them shortly in the definition slide. There is a whole list of recommendations, but I tried to extract and present some key and core recommendations that we would like to draw your attention to. And I won't mention these core and additional functions I have mentioned already, but the approach maybe which is applied by FAO in other countries and also in North Macedonia is when you adopt a legal framework for a land management instrument, and here in this case it would be land banking, it should be tested in pilots, and then the legal framework should be adapted accordingly, taking into account the experiences from the pilot projects. Because I think it's very difficult and quasi impossible to adopt such a legal framework, which is excellent from the first day of its adoption, especially when it concerns such important issues as land rights and tenure rights, you know. So we suggest that this approach would be applied. And another thing is I will mention safeguards as well. But of course, land banking since it involves public money and acquisition of land and sale of land, involves a number of risks of corruption, of misuse of a process, etc. And the understanding of these risks in land banking may also be a limiting factor, because if there is no clear awareness raising campaign on all levels, people might say this is just another scheme for corruption, you know, that someone will start buying land of his cousin or whatever. So of course, these safeguards and clear understanding what land banking is and what it is used for, full transparency of it must be ensured. So awareness raising campaign is one of these important tools. I have already mentioned a systemic approach to this instrument, but another one important aspect is a demand-driven approach. We learned about this approach. These words were used by our Galician colleagues from Spain. They said it must be, all these actions must be demand-driven. That means if you implement a project, you should know in advance who will be the beneficiaries. Because in Galicia, for example, they use lease facilitation. So they were first finding the landowners who would like to rent out their land, and then they were looking for farmers who would like to rent in. And actually, your input, your energy and your resources into finding out the landowners, dealing with them, signing contracts, takes a lot of time and energy and resources. And afterwards, you are not sure if someone will lease this land in. So they sort of reversed the approach and they started applying a demand-driven approach. So first they identified the potential land farmers who would like to lease the land in a certain area, and then they starting, you know, shaping the supply part, so-called. So this is a more efficient approach, I think, and we suggest to apply it here as well. Yes, thank you. This will be perfectly enough. Because especially in land banking, if you buy a parcel, you have to know what are you buying it for. Is it for a future railway track in 10 years, or a highway, or a land consolidation area, or whatever, so that it is not a random acquisition. And from practical examples, the price of land can jump in 10 years from 1,000 or 2,000 euros to 8,000 euros per hectare. So you can imagine the difference if you have this strategic, in advance, systematic approach, and you start buying land in the area for 1,000 euro. It is eight times lower price than you spend it during, you know, expropriation, one push expropriation when the project is implemented. Okay, so I already mentioned about the integration, the importance to integrate land management with land consolidation and state-owned land privatization, so that privatization should not be just a simple auction where you just sell land with no other accessory objectives, public objectives, which you can achieve. For example, you can support certain groups, like young farmers, so you can support land consolidation projects, etc. I have already mentioned as well the importance of assigning a public entity as a land bank or a land fund. So the important word here is a public. To lawyers present in here, I already mentioned that it has different legal forms in different countries, and different structures are applied. And so, but this legal structure which is applied has to allow the land bank to be flexible on certain aspects, which I will mention later. One of them is to take fast decisions, because if the procedure is that if a certain public entity wishes to acquire 1 hectare of land and it has to have an approval of a prime minister, this not be a rapid and efficient process, because they are acting on the market. So they have to take certain decisions very rapidly, and Of course, there are certain safeguards, for example, certain thresholds above which they have to have a permission to acquire land for a high value, etc. But rapidity of this decisions must be there. Safeguards, I have already mentioned several times of it, and I think it is important. It's very country specific as well. There are certain tools are universal, like putting thresholds on acquisition or having supervisory boards, etc. Having these transparency tools so that everyone could check what are the transactions, etc. But this is also must be tailor-made for each country as well. So you open a corruption index of a country where it is rated, and you start imagining what kind of risks it can bear. It's both for other land management instruments as well, not only for land banking, but it has to be tailor-made. So you have to know as a lawyer where to put emphasis, who will protect this system, this instrument from abuse, and how to do it, which people, you know, which institutions. Yes, I'm finishing. Yeah, thank you. And of course, to launch this engine of land banking, it will not just start like from scratch. So you have to assign it with some resources, with land, and with money, because it will have to cover certain costs in the very beginning to start operating. So as you can see, it's you would have to pay the staff, equipment, office costs, etc. And some probably of the core and main questions which are raised is, so how many people must work in a land bank, or how much does it cost, etc. So I think these are almost questions without universal answer. It depends on each country and on approach of a country, because, for example, in the Netherlands, it was a centralized approach. Now it is in provinces. And in BBL, it was one person employed, right? And the staff of another institution, DLG, sorry, DLG was doing work related to land consolidation for BBL, etc. In France, they have it on a regional level. So in every region, they have SAFERs, such associations, which act as land banks. So it depends absolutely on the functions they do, the area they wish to cover, the objectives they have. So you have for each country, knowing the approach, you have to calculate. So what would be the cost and what would be the staff involved in a particular case. And another key word probably is a revolving budget, because of course the question is, so where does this bank or land fund takes the money from to invest in this land? If it is dependent on yearly budgetary planning, it will not be able to act in the market when the situation is right, you know, or to plan in advance for 5 years. It would be impossible. So it should have an autonomy with a budget, that it should not be obliged to return all the money every year to the national budget, but it should have its own budget and managed budget, a way it could use it rapidly and in specific situations. So the funds that they would receive for the sale of land would also be recycled and used again to buy other land in other project areas, etc. So one project is implemented here, where funds are received, they are used to acquire other land, etc. And another key aspect is, of course, a capacity development campaign. And capacity development in general, we will speak about capacity development in this conference as well a lot. But if there are no people who are able to implement and push things through, then it will stagnate. And the sustainability of the instrument will not be ensured. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope I was slow enough for interpreters and rapid enough for you not to fall asleep fully. I will give a word, Jan will give a word to Maxim. Maxim will present more tables and figures and say who is who in Europe and who does what. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. So we have now the overview of this FAO study. I give the floor to Maxim. He's working for the FAO in Budapest as a land tenure officer. First time I met you, I think it was in Budapest.
Yeah,
very young, and at that time starting his career in this subject. I give the floor to you, Maxim.
thank you very much, Jan, for this nice introduction. Good morning, dear participants. My name is Maxim, as Jan has just said. So the presentation, the title of the presentation was already mentioned several times. This presentation comes as an extension of Thomas's presentation. He provided an excellent overview and set the scene for mine, as it will be a bit broader geographical overview of land banking instruments in Europe and Central Asia. We have conducted a survey actually to understand in which countries in the region apply land banking instrument, because there was a gap and there was a lack of understanding, lack of overview. There was an understanding, but there was lack of overview. And we have designed and implemented the study. The period of the study you can see in March, April 21. The survey or the study, it complements the FAO study on the European good practices on land banking, which have been introduced by Thomas already. And the detailed results of the survey, specifically focusing on the survey, which complements the study, are available in a paper which we have prepared and presented during the FIG workshop in 21. You can Google and you can find it online. So the information which will be presented, particularly the tables, they can be found in that paper. It was because of the pandemic, as Thomas mentioned, it was an online survey, and it was, of course, very handy. We used digital forms with a set of questions in the forms of different type. And the questions were grouped into 6 categories: information about land consolidation, information about land banking, facilitation of lease, state land management, and abandonment of land. In total, these 117 pre-identified experts have been invited to take part in this survey, of course, with the experience and practical knowledge coming from 48 countries in the region. And these experts, many of you are present here who have contributed to the study. I would like to also use this opportunity to thank you for the contributions. And the contributors to the study, they're coming from 3 groups. These are the LANDNET experts, these are the reviewers of the FAO legal guide, and these are the contributors to the FAO land banking study, the one which Thomas had presented. 73 respondents or contributors have filled out the questionnaire, and the survey then covers 43 countries in the region. We, of course, tried to, in order to guide the participants in the survey, we had to give definitions of the instruments. How do we understand what land consolidation is? What do we mean under land banking? What do we mean under lease facilitation and management of state land? Thomas had presented you the definitions, so I will not be repeating those. And when the results have been collected, we have carried out a validation exercise and also analysis of the responses, of course. The two main land banking approaches, as was presented already, are active land purchase and sale and its facilitation of lease. And in the first one, the key word was for us to look at was active, how to determine if the land banking in a country is active or not. And I will, in the following slides, I will go through these instruments and will try to explain the methodology behind, how did we classify the countries. This is the kind of a master table, which again, if it's visible, then it's very good. Otherwise, it is available in the paper on the FIG website, where you can see all the countries from the region. And you can see three columns here, which stand for those instruments for the active land banking policy. Then the second one was the combination of land banking with land consolidation, which we tried to determine, and facilitation of lease. So we have focused on these three sort of variables in this table, in the survey overall. You can see with different colors several countries, and this stands for the this means that the country is undertaking efforts currently, and it's very close to have a combination of land banking or to be having a active land banking policy. And also a note that that Galicia and Italy, so the answers which have been provided, they are representative for those specific regions, not for the entire country, because they have a special administrative structure, let's say. So some of these answers, they are representative for the regions, not for the whole country. So a few explanations what active land banking means, and we were chasing two criteria to say that it was the policy is active. There should, of course, be an institution in place with the mandate to acquire and sell agricultural land parcels from and to private landowners on the land market. That was the criteria number one. And then the active land banking implies that this right, which this institution has, it had to be applied in practice and not remain a dead letter of the law, because often it's mentioned in the legal framework, but it's not applied in practice. So that's why we wanted to see which countries apply it actively. So overall, out of 43 countries in the region, 14, as Thomas was again mentioning, have an active land banking policy. And also, the survey had demonstrated that it is very difficult, or usually it is difficult to distinguish between an active management of state land and land banking activities. It was very difficult kind of to capture this difference in the survey. In addition to the main functions which have been already mentioned, the surveyed countries have indicated that the land banking institutions, they may have additional functions. So the acquisition and sale is, of course, the core one. Leasing out land as part of the management, that was also present. Exchange of land with private landowners. That is also one of the default ones. Facilitation of lease agreements between private parties. Some land banking institutions, they do improvements of the land, like physically investing in clearing the bushes, merging the parcels, providing irrigation, etc., improving them before then leasing out or selling. Some land banking institutions, they also have a responsibility or the function to regulate land market via the preemptive right and by publishing and monitoring the reference prices, and provision of measures in support of farmers, different programs, as mentioned by Thomas. This could be purchase and lease back of land, sale back, provision of credit to farmers. So different measures which go beyond, let's say, the classical understanding and which are meant to support the farming activities. Now, the second indicator or a variable was a combination of land banking with land consolidation. It is, as was mentioned, applying. Why this is important? Because using active land banking in areas where land consolidation is planned is a very efficient way to facilitate implementation of land consolidation planning by increasing the mobility of land in a project. Out of the participated countries, 13 countries have indicated that they combine land banking and land consolidation instruments. And countries which do not combine, there are some countries where these instruments are implemented, but they are not related, are Italy and Spain, Galician region, Turkey and Slovenia, those marked in blue in the table. They are currently piloting and undertaking efforts to combine these two instruments. And North Macedonia was also highlighted with a blue circle because it's an example where land mobility is enhanced by using the state-owned land. In Macedonia, there is lots of state-owned land. So Macedonia is very close to using the state-owned land to facilitate the projects without having to purchase land on the land market. So how did we, a few informations about how did we distinguish, what possible situations there could be in relation to land consolidation and land banking. One situation is when there is state land in the land consolidation project, and when this land participates in land consolidation in the same way as any other private landowner, it gets the same benefits, that land becomes bigger, less fragmented, better shape with access to infrastructure. That is one situation. So, and it's not active, it's a passive way simply of having the state land, and then the institution in charge of state land is one of the participants, regular participants of land consolidation. And it's a different and active application or active relationship between the land banking and land consolidation is when this mechanism is applied actively. And as Thomas mentioned, there are public objectives behind land consolidation as well. So when land banking is applied actively, for example, several years ahead, the land banking institution is buying land in order to preparing for land consolidation, in order to facilitate attainment of the public objectives. And only, as mentioned, in the later case, we have considered, or we were saying that that there is a true combination between land banking and land consolidation. Then finally, we focused on the facilitation of lease, and the results of the survey showed that 4 countries apply such an instrument. Actually, this instrument has much more potential, and it's much lighter to implement. It requires fewer efforts as compared with land banking and land consolidation, administrative efforts, institutional efforts. It's an elegant way, or an easy way to facilitate the land market and allow the free hand of the market to solve the issues, including related to land abandonment. And when we for this instrument, there should be a public institution facilitating the conclusion of lease agreements between private owners and the farmers. There should be an active approach. Again, there should be an institution or specialists who are dealing with it, and not just on the ad hoc basis, because some countries were reporting that, yes, we do a kind of lease facilitation, but it's at the municipal level, and it has kind of on a sporadic basis. So that had to be, again, related to the active approach. And there should be existing legal framework or institutional framework, as I said. However, it could still be possible to implement facilitation of lease without a special heavy legal framework. So that was my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Maxime. Now we have time for questions and answers. First of all, I will ask you, if you have a question, just raise your hand here in the audience, say your name and your question. If there is somebody from the Zoom meeting, if you have a question, please raise your hand as well. The problem now is I have another on this computer, so we have how it works. Please raise your hand for Thomas or for Maxime. Everything is clear? There is a microphone over there. Yeah. Please, your name and country.
Michael Becker, GIZ, currently on leave. I have a question in general. Now you gave a lot of legal provisions to land banking and how it works. What is your impression about how to put it into practice? I feel as knowing the situation, for example, from Kosovo very well, there is a huge potential for saving a lot of state funds in using land banking as an instrument. And how do we actually convince now political players in this game, having maybe some kind of studies or helping facilitating that they understand not only the effort of establishing such system of land banking, but also how to generate benefits that also pay off. When we talk about Kosovo in the last decades, I think they spent several $100 million on expropriation for road construction. As an example, this money in the state coffers spent in a different way, more strategically, would have a high potential for doing a lot of infrastructure development all over the whole country, just as an example. And I think most countries in the Western Balkans are exactly at the brink of making use of such tool. And then the question comes, how do we convince all the political players of getting started? Thank you.
The question is for Maxime and Thomas, both, or only for one of them?
Yeah, I would suggest for whomever feels comfortable about discussing that. I know you have very much of a legal perspective, but maybe we can bring it up and maybe other speakers can also respond from their countries. That
Yeah.
would be also very interesting.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much for, maybe I will stand.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael, for an excellent question and a key one. And law doesn't live without reality, because otherwise it's just a philosophy. So I think you said who would, how you said who would persuade, or who would persuade the politicians to adopt the respective legal framework and adopt this instrument. So the key word here is who. Because if there are only generalities and we only speak about it, then it's no one. There has to be concrete persons who would push it through. And we had examples. FAO was successful in a number of countries. And the greatest success is in the country where you have a person who is dedicated to this work, very energetic, dynamic, and is pushing through things. I won't mention countries specifically, but I think we have excellent examples of that. So I think we should identify these persons. Is it a technical staff or higher level technical staff in the ministry or in institutions, etc. So the first thing I think would be to identify these people who would be capable of introducing these ideas and who would be capable to push them through, because the opposition is always very strong. Because to change things, and especially in such important field as tenure rights and property rights, it's very sensible issue, which may go up to the Constitutional Court. So you have to have a strong personality in the country, one or two who would take it for serious. Because you mentioned Kosovo. So we have 3 countries now applying, well, I would say successfully. They will present their example: Slovenia, Czech Republic, Latvia, land banking. They will talk about their results, but Kosovo is not that far from Slovenia. So maybe the start would be to listen to Slovenian example, or for Lithuanians to listen to Latvian example, or to listen to Danish example. And there was a lot of effort from the international organizations, FAO, to introduce these instruments. But if you do not have personalities who push them through, there is a risk that it will die out. But Morten has even more experience and about this.
From Kosovo. Yeah. Please, your name and.
I am Idris Goshi. I came from Kosovo, from Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Development. Thank you for your introduction, Mr. Thomas and Mr. Morgan, about that land banking instrument as land management. I am talking about our situation in Kosovo, about land banking. We have the new law on agricultural land. We have foreseen established the land banking. We have had the social land, which is privatized, half of them. About 25,000 hectares is the rest is not privatized, and we are foreseen to establish the land bank. With land bank, we should use the best practice in the region. For example, is Slovenian, Croatian, Lithuanian, and so on. And we have used as an instrument for land abandonment, land consolidation, land management, and so on. And we have in in a good way to establish that land banking in Kosovo as an instrument for land management. That we need to have the support for any international expert to create in the law the best practice on land banking. Thank you.
There is also somebody from the audience in Zoom who wants to have a question. Which person is it? I can't see.
Yes, okay, I will address the questions. First is the question from the Macedonian Information Agency, a journalist. She's asking, is North Macedonia considering to start implementing land banking? And if yes, when the implementation is expected to start?
Kirill.
To respond to these questions, presently Macedonia is not foreseeing to implement and to start implementation land bank. So far we have, for example, state land, for example, for arable land, we have 240,000 hectares. So presently North Macedonia have state land usable for the process of consolidation, and we are also use it for the purpose of building roads. So presently land bank is not yet in the position to start in Macedonia. I don't know when it will be the case.
Thank you. Is there another question from the Zoom?
Yes,
well?
There is another question from Ms. Katerina Ivanovska. She's asking if experts could elaborate a bit more about the key difference between land consolidation and land banking. And in continuation to this question, she's also asking if the land banking instrument should be established within the existing institutions, example, the Ministry of Agriculture, or it should be a separate body that would also serve as a linking institution. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I can try to respond to this, to the first part of the question, which is quite general, but then colleagues maybe can supplement. I think there is a big difference between land consolidation and land banking. I guess all the people in the room understand this difference, and I mean, we do not need, there are two definitions, and basically land consolidation is about improvement of the farm structures, land banking as well, but they use the different tools to achieve it. The black box of both instruments is different. So yeah, land banking is just to facilitate land consolidation. It's a temporary acquisition and sale of land, its management, you know, to facilitate the public objectives attainment. So I don't know if that is sufficient for the answer about the differences of the instruments. But also, yeah, of course, it's always about the second part of the question. It's always the question of the public budget, and if we want to establish new institutions, you know, then how much it will cost, in addition to the revolving fund, which is necessary. So all these considerations, they are at the table in this, you know, in the process of the decision making. So I think it depends. It will depend. If there is an institution in the country which is already in charge of land banking, then probably there is no need to have a sign on the door that this is specifically a land bank. The land bank is a function, so it can be attributed to the existing institution, as it is the case in many countries. Colleagues will be presenting. It can be a department in the existing institution, and in that way also another benefit or side effect will be that the synergies between the two instruments, land consolidation and land banking, will be much stronger and will be much easier to establish. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Maxime. Okay, that's fine. The next question is for you.
Yeah,
Your name.
Arman Hojan, the Deputy Minister of Economy of Armenia. So firstly, I would like to respond to the colleague from GIZ, then how to convince the political authorities and to apply those kind of tools. So firstly, I think that we need to convince them what are the priorities for the government, whether to decrease the level of land abandonment, to increase the gross agriculture output, to increase the productivity level in the agriculture sector is important for the government. Then if it is so, then how? And these are just the tools. So we are also at the government very intensively discussing how, and considering also how to reach those. So far we couldn't find any better solution than those that FAO is introducing. So this is actually firstly to indicate, emphasize that the importance of coming also from food security issues and also creating food systems. This is important to understand that this should be done to have more cultivated land in the country. Secondly, my question is related to Thomas. Thomas, you mentioned during your introduction that there is also a risk when dealing with the land banking. There is also a risk of corruption, and this is also one of the identified risks by us, and we cannot come up with a kind of a control mechanism. Are there any kind of control mechanism when dealing with this kind of risks?
Well, thank you for the question. I think this is why the Slovenian presentation and presentations of other countries where it functions, and they somehow have these measures and safeguards functioning, shows that it's feasible. Now the question is how to do it, and in different countries there are different specificities. Either it's what group of people or what people have influence on what decisions, etc. So we can, as I mentioned, we have only some universal tools such as transparency, for example. So you have online all the activity of the land bank, all the tenders or projects where it is involved, etc. So of course you have to, you will be followed by interested parties, and as we mentioned in our publication, you can have a supervisory board which would involve people from not only from the government but also from different NGOs or farmers associations, etc. So in France, for example, there is a combination. This process is supervised by two ministers, the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Finance. So and the Ministry of Finance can veto, for example, some transactions. So there are instruments.
Mainly my question was related to the price, like what kind of price, what price mainly is being considered? Like this is the cadastral price of the land, or this is like the price that the farmer is ready to sell it? Because it really in Armenia, like it varies, and the difference is quite huge.
Well, this is a market price. We act in the market. And of course, it's if it deviates strongly from the market price and there's a suspicion, this is a subject for investigation, maybe by already investigators. Maybe you would have any comments from the Netherlands or from Denmark on prices and how you prevent the risk that it's not overpaid.
when we're talking about the Netherlands, the system is that when you are the land bank, you are not allowed to pay the highest price. So we have to make a kind of a intimate way whether the prices are possible or not. And if the price, you have to pay a very high price because the seller only wants to sell it for this price. In the system in the Netherlands, it was that it has to come to a high level of the Ministry of Agriculture to get permission to sell or to buy it for this price. So that means that this person on the ministry has contact with the minister, and also the minister in one way or the other had to explain in Parliament about certain things. Never happened, but the way it is open to do it in that way.
And also, as I mentioned, there are automatic thresholds. When the transaction is above certain amount, you can have a superior control.
Okay, another question, Morten over there.
My name is Erik Blåbjerg from the Danish Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. I actually think there are two discussions what you ask about. One is if we pay the right price in the market. In Denmark, we also pay at the market price. And sometimes we pay too much, and sometimes we're lucky and we don't pay too much. But it's not a part of the corruption problem. That's different, because when you have purchased the land, whatever the price is right or wrong, you have to be transparent about everybody in the ministry, and every procedure of control has been carried out. So there are two different purposes here, and I will talk more about how we do it in Denmark later on today.
Morten, you have a question, or?
I have a couple of comments to the questions and also to the answers. I think what Kirill was explaining about the situation here in Macedonia, I think is quite an interesting case. The issue, as I see it at least, is that in North Macedonia, we already do land banking, even though that there is no land bank here. And the reason for that is that the country has 240,000 hectares of agricultural land owned by the state. This is 40% of all arable land in the country. So when we are doing land consolidation, and you will see this in the field visit tomorrow, you will see that we have had fragmented state-owned land parcels, fragmented in the same way as the private land parcels are. So we have actively been using this land to catalyze the land consolidation process. So this is, as I see it, it's not fully developed yet. The privatization part of it is not fully in place, but we are still doing land banking, or at least some of the advantages that you can get when you have a land bank in an active way together with land consolidation, without having an institution that has the sign on the door that says this is the North Macedonian Land Bank, or that there is a land bank department or unit in the Ministry of Agriculture or in some other institution. So I think that is very interesting. It's not only if the institutional issues, if they create the problems, then let's find other ways and get the land banking integrated to already existing institutions. We can always find ways that it makes things more complicated. And of course, we all know if we want to establish new institutions, then that is an additional layer of complexity, requires budgets, new staff, training of defining all the tasks and all these things. So let's try to find simpler ways and hear from the different countries how things are organized. There's no one size fits all here, and each country has to develop its own way through the system. And this also relates quite a bit to the first question from Michael on how to ensure the political support. And I would say here, not just for land banking, but it's exactly the same with land consolidation and the land consolidation instruments, whether it's combined with the land banking or not. The long-term political support for these instruments, it's really key to ensure that that it's not just until the next elections, it's way beyond. So every project that I have been involved in over the years that was more than a very short introduction has always faced with the issue that there's some change, political change during the project. There's a new government, there's a new minister, there's a political, there are, let's say, key technical persons in the ministry are being replaced, or whatever it could be. New priorities are coming, new strategies are adopted. So the very difficult way of overcoming is to continue to raise awareness and to broaden the circles from the beginning of the process, so that you do not just work with very few people in the ministry, for example, and ensure that they are fully on board and they have the capacity. If suddenly they are out because of political changes, then you are back to zero. So you need to get involvement with the parliament, with the, let's say, a broad work on establishing a broad consensus in the country that goes beyond narrow political objectives, because those topics that we are talking about, I cannot imagine there would be any governments that would not see it as a problem if you have a farm structure where the average farm size is less than 2 hectares and the farm is divided into 5 or 6 small parcels. What government would not see that as a problem if you want to support development of agriculture in the country? And now we can add the food security issue on top of that, which is even more prominent as it was before. So this is the real trick, and that cannot be done by one project or by one person or a few persons. It's the task of everybody who's involved in the process from the different sides. As more pressure, also involving here civil society. Sometimes we forget about this. Farmers' organizations, for example, is also important. If the farmers do not see the need for these instruments, why are we then applying them somehow? We are to support the farmers and their development. So that is also important. So a whole variety of different things need to be done. Yeah, I think these were the comments. Thank you.
Kirill want to thank you.
Just to clarify something, what was Morten discussing, for tomorrow trip, we will go in Logovardi. We are lucky that in project area of Logovardi, we have enough state land that could be used for building according to the law of consolidation. For the council infrastructure and any other infrastructure. To use all the land for the infrastructure and for the purpose that is going through this project area. Maybe Georgie will have some calculation how much money we reserve and don't spend for the purpose of expropriation, and that is something that probably will be the one thing that should touch the politician when you have results and the money that is not spent for the purpose of expropriation.
Thank you very much. I think everybody has to go tomorrow with the field trip. I have only time for one question, and if anybody has a question who is here active in the Zoom, please put it in the chat. We will read them, we will answer them as well. Morten is doing that, so please feel free to add something to the chat and to ask your question, so it will be possible as well. I think because of the time, the last question, yeah.
Okay, yes, we will record all the questions. Just one will go now. Can you give examples of countries where reluctance to lease lands were overcame?
I saw Nenad had also a question, so I will maybe be brief so that maybe just as an exception we allow, because he's standing with the microphone. I can't come with a specific example where this hesitation or reluctance was overcome, but this is a kind of standard situation with the developing markets, let's say, you will always have people who are reluctant for some reason, and also related to tenure security. If the security of tenure is weak, then people will be afraid to lease out land because they will prefer to keep it themselves in order to, to not take any additional risks. So it's a very typical, I would say, situation for the developing land markets, and this is one of the objectives then behind the work related to development of the markets, let's say facilitation of lease market. So we maybe we can give last to Nenad. Thanks.
Yes. Go ahead. I can't see you.
Thank you very much. I just have a question about state agriculture of the land.
Your name and
yes, my name is Nenad Gozdenovic. I am from GIZ Ethiopia. So I have just some kind maybe of confusion about why we are using state-owned agricultural land as a land banking, because if you want to support land consolidation with the state agriculture of land for the purpose of infrastructure, or I don't know, then that could be just the part of the land consolidation law. That's how I see. I mean, why we need to use land bank for that as some special instrument for that. The same is also for leasing and buying of land. If I understand well from before, one of the goals why we are starting land consolidation is that within land consolidation process, we can lease, we can buy or sell the land. This is also one of advantages of the land consolidation. And this is just my comment, nothing else about that. So also the government can be the equal participant in land consolidation process as the private farmers or some associations, and they have also right to consolidate their land in that land consolidation area if they want. So yeah, thank you very much.
yes, maybe Thomas, you get a short answer.
Yes, just a short comment. Maybe Denmark would be a nice example, because Danish land consolidation law also involves land banking provisions. So yeah, it's integrated. So it's different legal forms you can have for how to integrate it in the legal framework. So it depends on the country. But I think Eric will be able to explain more how it is integrated together later. Of course, yeah, of course.
Okay. There's one question from Kyrgyzstan. Okay, sure. And you have to need a microphone, I think. Everywhere you can hear you.
May I shortly also about this question, respond shortly about this overcoming of the stigma of lease of agricultural land. I think a very interesting research was done by Galicians in Spain in one of their articles, and I could send the link to the author of the question. They provide a table with elements why people are unwilling or hesitant to lease out their land, and they have scores for each element. So as you have mentioned, legal insecurity was one of the top also issues. So there are different elements, but I think it's very interesting, their research, that they listed them, and for their particular situation, they even scored them. So
yes, thank you.
Let me here mention that we will have more opportunities to discuss the specific issues related to lease of land when we talk about when we have the session on land abandonment on Friday morning. I think we will have interesting country experiences also there too, that will complement this discussion that we had now. There's one last question in the chat. It's from Matreim Yusupov in Kyrgyzstan. Matreim is FAO coordinator on land and water resources projects. And Matreim is asking, how is this agreement resolved when consolidating the land successfully? So it's about solving disagreements in the land consolidation process. Oh. How is this handled in the development process? I don't know who wants to answer that. I can also try if you want.
I can make do an answer question. Try to do it. If there are some discussions in land consolidation projects in the Netherlands, first the commission, the local commission, try to solve them. If they don't agree on that, there is a possibility to go to court and discuss it over there to make the court decision. So that's the way it's done in the Netherlands. But every country has to find out which way is the best way to find it out to do it. But the local committee in the Netherlands, they have a very important role to find out and to solve, let's say, 90% of all the problems you have in some areas.
And the problem is, it also depends on if the conflicts are already existing, let's say land-related conflicts, because in almost all villages or rural areas, there are some kind of conflicts existing long before and long after the land consolidation is finalized. If it's part of that, and this is a challenge always to try to avoid that the land consolidation projects is being dragged into such conflicts, then yeah, that is one type of conflict. Another type of conflict is the conflicts that can arise because of the redevelopment planning. For example, that all or several landowners want to have their new land located in one specific area, while others, no one has interest in other areas, for example. And there are many, of course, there the general ways of dealing with it is that you facilitate the negotiations between the farmers, between the owners of the land. But the land valuation is also an instrument to try to solve this, so that you are sure that you have a land valuation conducted for the purpose of the land consolidation that reflects the real differences in values. Because it means, for example, that the good soil next to the village should have a significantly higher value than the also maybe relatively good soil, but located in a much more remote distance. So you could encourage somebody that will actually agree that they have their land consolidated more remotely, and they will get a small advantage that then they might have slightly a larger parcel, because the relative value of that land is lower than the value next to the village. So there are many elements in the process so the whole way the land consolidation is done is actually with the purpose of reaching the good redevelopment plan, but also to avoid the conflicts that could come out of this process. So being aware of this and taking into consideration, I think we have seen also in some projects, also here in North Macedonia, where there was misunderstandings in the initial phases of the projects, where some farmers thought that this was something initiated by the already large farms, that large farms wanted to buy up all the land of the small farms. We should not take the small farms for granted. They have their rights, as Maxim just said, in the same way as the large farms. Every single landowner is a landowner, they have rights and they should be respected. So we should not take for granted that anybody will just kind of give up their land or sell it just because they only own a small parcel or several small parcels. So that's another way of doing it, that we treat everybody who participate in the process with the equal respect and facilitate their interests in an equal way. If we start not to do that, that is the direct way towards the failure of the process. That is very clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Morten, for your comments and your ideas. I think it is now time for lunch. Thank you very much, all you, for your presence here, and I hope we'll see you back. No. 1:30 we come back for this session 3 country experience. No, we stop. Okay, thank you very much. I'll see you later.
For a moment, I have one question. As mentioned, land banking applied by actively land purchase, sale, and lease. But in the case of in our case, Ethiopia, land is not purchase, sale, or lease out. So how to apply or how to success this land bank activity? The other one is how to consider vulnerable groups in this case. Thank you.
If I may, I will start responding, then Maxim maybe will, complement. But I am not aware about the situation with property rights in Ethiopia, how it is actually, but so you have use rights. Is it right? You can use the land of a state. So even if it's not a private property, still you can do consolidation, for example, of use rights. If you have 10 parcels you are using scattered, and you can have a consolidation of use rights. And I think the Netherlands is an excellent example where land users, tenants had very broad rights in land consolidation projects as well. So, this would be my answer to that. You can manage not only property rights, but also use rights. If I understood correctly.
And if I may complement, also, if it's use rights, are they transferable or not? That would be very important to know. On the other hand, if all land is allocated and then taken back by the state, then basically maybe it's a gross shortcut, but then the state could take it back all and do just a straightforward redistribution back to the existing users. I mean, there is no need for the very sophisticated, let's say, market-based land consolidation mechanism or land banking. Maybe that is a very too much of a simplification, but if these are the use rights, then it could be even that it's only that the process has to be fair and transparent and all other things, but it could be much easier even to do it. Thank you.
Well,
maybe it's an idea that after during your lunchtime they have time to discuss it with each other. Maybe it's a good idea to ask them.
Well, in any case, to finish land consolidation, land banking, they need a specific regulatory framework. So maybe there are things that need to be changed in the regulation. I don't know. It's just
during lunchtime. It will be a good time. Okay, see you 1:30 back here for next session. Thank you very much.
Kali had a question. I saw his hand was
Hello again. We start now the next session. I hope that you enjoyed your lunch and you had good discussions already. And you have a lot of thoughts and interest about the next session and presentations. Previous session, we heard about the land banking instruments and their applications, and now we go to the country cases and country experiences. We have 3 presentations. This is hybrid session. We have 2 online presentations and 1 is here, 1 presentation here. We start with Anna Lisek from the Slovenian University, Ljubljana University, and she's online. She's ready. I see that she's ready. I forgot to say some words about me. I am Evelyn Jürgenson and I'm from Estonian University of Life Sciences. It's very nice to be again here. I was here 2018. After that, a lot of people visited Estonia. I made also helped to organize the workshop in Tallinn. After that, we had the Santiago de Compostela workshop. I don't know, maybe it's some pattern. I hope that not. I encourage other countries to make such kind of workshops. Maybe it's more interesting then. Okay, now we go to the Anka and please help me.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
It's fine. Okay, perfect. So good afternoon to everyone. I'm really sorry that I cannot be with you in Skopje, but hopefully also this hybrid way will give you some information about land banking in Slovenia. Thanks a lot for the organizers, of course, and for the invitation to present our experiences here in our country. I will try to share now my presentation, and I hope it will function just a little bit. Okay. I will just move Zoom just a little bit. Okay. Now I hope you can see my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Like it was already said, I'm coming from the University of Ljubljana, Faculty of Civil and Geodetic Engineering. And our group is actively involved also in the activities of our Ministry of Agriculture. So we have been involved in several discussions when preparing some amendments to our legal acts that are regulating also agriculture land management. And in addition, we are also involved and we are tracking the progress in the field of land consolidation. And within this forum, let's say, we have already presented some experiences, Slovenian experiences in the field of land consolidation. But this time we were asked to give you some information about land banking in Slovenia. And I hope that our experiences will be also useful to you. So this is a typical landscape. Here you can see in the lowland, northeastern part of Slovenia, where we completed already several land consolidations, where also state land fund was involved in this project. And I will tell you something more later on. One question more, so you can see now the second slide. It's fine.
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. So before talking about land banking in Slovenia, I really had to clarify what land banking is. We have already heard today in the morning some presentations and also discussions what is expected from land banking, and I use this definition which was published in FAO Legal Guide on Land Consolidation, so that land banking means that there are a set of systematic activities which are implemented by the institution with public purpose. That's really important. And the main idea is that land banking activities are increasing land mobility on one hand. Then these activities should facilitate development, so rural development, and also development of agricultural land markets. And in addition, there should be also some broader objectives related to rural development, including ensuring some measures supporting sustainable development, also infrastructure development, and so on. So these are the challenges that are facing with, of course, also in Slovenia, like in other countries. So when looking at this definition, what land banking is, my first answer would be that we do not have land banking in Slovenia, because it's hard to say that we have a systematic activities that are increasing, for example, land mobility. Also, there are some other limitations in agricultural land management. I will explain to you later on. But an important role in our rural and agricultural land management has our National Farmland and Forest Fund. In Slovene, we say Sklad kmetijskih zemljišč in gozdov, which might be said that it's functioning like a land bank, but it's not fully in accordance with the definition that we have heard. If someone is interested in, I will also share this presentation. Here is also a link to the webpage of our Farmland and Forest Fund, where you can also get some English information on their activities. But some of those activities I will try also to present you today. So when this National Farmland and Forest Fund was established, in fact, it was one of the results of our land reform in our transition period, so in 90s. There, like in many other countries in our region, we also faced with denationalization process, and we got this, let's say, framework for denationalization in 1991. And here it was said that former state law land owned or used by agricultural companies became state properties. That means that there was a need that one public institution took over the responsibility for managing this land. In addition, because there was also process of privatization and denationalization, we needed an institution that would be really actively involved in denationalization process, because there were lots of claims to get back the nationalized land after the Second World War. So for these purposes, our state established the National Farmland and Forest Fund. So on one hand, its important role was in the nationalization process, and another important function, which is still now present, is that the Farmland and Forest Fund is responsible for, let's say, for management of agricultural land and forest land, which is owned by the state. So the official establishment, officially the fund was established in 1993 by a particular law, and it's, let's say, it is a public institute, in fact, according to our legislation. So the state has established this institution and is also guided by the state. So there may be some statistics. One particularity of Slovenian rural land and also this denationalization process was that we we used to have these traditional small farms, so only a small share of agricultural land was nationalized after the Second World War. So also nowadays we are talking not about a really huge percentage of agricultural land which is now owned by the state. It's about 8% of agricultural land, still I think a high number that sums approximately 60,000 hectares of agricultural land, which is nowadays so state-owned and managed by the Farmland and Forest Fund. What does it mean? It is managed. In fact, the most of this land is leased. So the Farmland and Forest Fund is responsible for making contracts, of course, public announcement firstly, and then making contracts for leasing, renting this land. And there are also particular rules, who can apply, what is the, let's say, expected period of leasing, renting. It depends on the crops on this land. Here there are some statistics, I will not read about this. So these rules are somehow defining the basic principles of leasing, renting the agricultural land, which is owned by the state. Usually people also ask how the rent, the price is determined. It is based on, let's say, market renting price, and it could be updated annually. For new contracts, the offers are updated annually, but for the old, it depends how it is set in the contract. But there are some corrections on the annual basis. So in principle, market price is the main, let's say, guideline to determine also the costs of renting and leasing. But so, in fact, in the first period of the functioning of our fund, the focus of their activities was on denationalization in the first decade, let's say, and of course nowadays also on renting, leasing the land. But there are also some other challenges that Slovenia is coping with. I guess some of you already are familiar with these statistics. So we have a really limited agricultural land, and there are some calculations that only 0.08 hectares per capita of agricultural land we have, which is really not enough for food security. So in the last decade, let's say, the state land fund also focuses on the active promotion of agriculture and also to be more active in the agricultural land market. This is something new, in fact. Before it was denationalization and maybe leasing, renting. Some purchasing, selling were, of course, on the shelf, but it was not a common practice. Nowadays, so the National Farmland and Forest Fund is more active, let's say. It could be even more, it's more active in the land market. But one thing that I would like to mention here is that since 1996, but the amendments of our Agricultural Land Act was, the last amendment was in 2011. So the provision that our Farmland and Forest Fund has a pre-emption right when selling agricultural land. This provision is now on since 1996. So from this perspective, our fund was always present in the market, but it was not so active. Nowadays, like I said, in the last decade, the fund is much more active because they are also selling the land, but in principle, they are trying to balance selling and purchasing. So they do not want to reduce, let's say, the land which is managed by the Farm and Forest Land Fund. So here you can see these pre-emption right holders. This is, in fact, the National Farmland and Forest Fund of the Republic of Slovenia has also pre-emption right when the agricultural land, but also forest land or farm is in the market. So the activities of land fund is still limited in the market, that we have to say. I got the last statistics from 2020. So there were something more than 700 hectares bought in the market and sold only 26 hectares. So it is not really active, but the situation is changing in the last decade. Another challenge is that our farmland and forest fund is coping with is land parcel fragmentation. So this is a typical problem of Slovenian agriculture, not only for the land that is owned by the fund. This is typical for all landowners, that these small land parcels, so parcel structure is not appropriate for modern and intensive agriculture, but also on the other hand for let's say ecological production. If you have a neighbor on a small land plot that is experiencing intensive agriculture, you cannot then work on ecological production. This is also a huge issue here in Slovenia. So land parcel fragmentation is one challenge that the farmland fund is also somehow focusing now on, and land ownership fragmentation. This is also, let's say, a huge issue nowadays in our country, because in particular those land plots that were part of the nationalization process, and some of the I don't know, previous landowners, they didn't claim for this land, or they were satisfied with the co-ownership. They're usually not active in land management. So the land fund has really problems with the land plots where many co-owners are involved in land management. So nowadays they are trying to solve this problem with, let's say, subdivision of these land parcels, which are usually huge parcels, and they are trying to subdivide the land parcel to those which is owned by the land fund and the rest. One of the solutions for this problem was seen also in land consolidation. I will tell you something more also in the continuation. And last but not least, land fund is also actively involved in the updating, let's say, land cadastre and land registry data. Land registry in principle correct, but this nationalization and denationalization process usually costs such a situation. For example, this is the area which is completely owned by the farmland and by the state and managed by the farmland and forest fund. But you can see this old cadastral parcel. So also for these purposes, the land fund has started with initiating land consolidations in this area. So they are trying to solve also this problem through land consolidation. So I have already mentioned land consolidation. In fact, the farmland and forest fund has been involved in land consolidation since its beginning. So from the late 1990s, where we had the first pilot land consolidation projects, but the land fund was really somehow involved like a land in the role of landowners. They were not actively involved in initiating land consolidations and so on. But in the last 5 years, due to the already explained problems and challenges, which are somehow limiting the functionality of land fund. In the last 5 years, the land fund has become an active player of land consolidation projects. Currently, I checked today, they are involved in 22 projects. So 22 projects are in progress, and all of those projects were initiated by the land fund. And one of the important aims of these land consolidation projects are also resolving the co-ownership problems, which I have already mentioned. Here on this figure, you can see a part of already consolidated area, also in the northeast part of Slovenia. And here was also a land fund involved. It was not the initiator, but they were actively involved. And of course, this part is still waiting on land consolidation. Just a few words maybe about land consolidation. Such projects are somehow a really good promoter for continuing land consolidation in a certain region. So those countries that do not have experiences in this field, you should start with pilot projects, and then this is a really good approach to promote then also land consolidations. Here are two examples just to see about what projects in fact are initiated nowadays by the state land fund regarding land consolidation. There is one project which is, I think, it includes more than 200 hectares of land. And so they initiated a huge land consolidation project, even though they are owners only in one smaller part. Here is a typical small project when only this southern part is owned by the private farmers, and the rest is owned by the land funds. So we have really different projects also from the perspective of its complexity and the area of land consolidation. So when coming back to the question, if we have land banking in Slovenia, if we are active in this field, in fact, we can conclude that we have a public institution or institution that is performing purchasing, selling, leasing of rural and agricultural land. That is true. But in principle, this is really somehow limited or focused on the state-owned land. But consequently, of course, the land fund is also actively involved in the general land market, in land consolidation we also saw, and it contributes also then a little bit to land mobility, even though it's really limited. When we will hear about the experiences in Denmark, I know that this is completely different story. So this increase of land mobility is under question. We should do more in this direction. Then how the land fund is contributing to the development of agricultural land market, it's again a huge question, because we saw the land fund is not really focusing on these activities, but the trend is going in the direction that it's more active in the land market. And last but not least, so how these activities are somehow supporting also public policy objectives. Again, it's not a clear answer, yes, we do it, but based on these activities that I presented, of course, we can say that there is a huge contribution of land fund also to those objectives, but still there is a lot of space to improve these activities. So we should not be very satisfied with land banking in Slovenia. There are lots of space for to improve the activities. But we are positive. I think that the last decade really showed us that based on the needs of the society and of the state, also the functionalities of such institutions like National Land Bank, Land Fund are changing and are adjusting to the needs of the society. So that was really short about our experiences in the field of, let's say, land banking in Slovenia, if we can call this like this. And now I'm available for questions or maybe some comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Anka. We listen all the presentations and then we take the questions.
Okay, okay,
Stay with us.
I will try.
Okay, thank you at the moment. Now we are going to the Denmark and we have Erik Klapjärg from Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. And we heard about the Denmark experiences. Please.
Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. I'm glad and honored to be here today and be able to give this presentation about land banking. I'll just wait for the PowerPoint. Yes. Good. I work in the Danish Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Fisheries. No. Okay. And I work in the Danish Land Conservation Division. And in this division, there are 3 teams. There's a team of land planning. Land consultation planning is mostly agronomists and surveyors who work in this team. And we have the team of land consultation registration. It's most lawyers and legal secretaries who works in the land consultation registration. And we have the team of the land bank with 8 employees, and it's lawyers and legal secretaries and agronomists who work there. These 3 teams work very close together. It's needed, and it's not always clear which task belongs to which team. So in daily life, there are a lot of cooperation between the teams. I'm here to talk about Danish land banking, but in order to talk about land banking, I have to talk about land conservation also, because in Denmark, it's very close connected. What you see on the screen are the typical purposes for carrying out Danish land conservation. And all these purposes are born in the Danish Parliament. It's goals that the Parliament wants to achieve in rural areas. And Danish Parliament want to carry them out on a voluntary basis with negotiating with the landowners and not making compulsory methods. And in the Parliament, there's a good understanding that if you want to make voluntary agreements with the farmers, you have to include land consolidation. And when we carry out land consolidation for any of these purposes, maybe one of them, maybe more purposes put together in one land consolidation, we make a feasibility study or preliminary survey to see if there's any support for the project among the farmers. And we ask for the farmers, what will it take for them to participate in the project? Maybe they want money for giving up land. Maybe they want to keep the land, but they accept that there are restrictions of the use of the land, or maybe they want to sell it. But other farmers, they're willing to sell it, but they can't keep on having their production unless they get some other land that is outside the project area with the restrictions. And as soon as the study finds out that there are landowners here who will participate, but they need some land, that's when the land bank come into use. So during the preliminary study, the feasibility study, we find out how much land is needed in the land bank in order to compensate the farmers who are willing to participate if they get some other piece of land. And that's the core of everything in here. Is that the farmers will willingly participate in a public driven project if they can get some land that are not worse off afterwards than they were before. So I totally agree with Thomas in the definition about what land bank is. But if you look at the Danish daily life, this is, in other words, what land bank is to us, is to compensate the farmers so they can carry out the business, even though the state comes and interfere with the daily life. And this is where I sometimes fall off short explaining the Danish land bank, but I hope I'll succeed today. When we buy land for the land bank in order to compensate the farmers, we buy it on the open market at the market price. Normally, we buy it after the preliminary studies, the feasibility studies, so we know which farmers know the land. And most often we buy the land before we start the land consultation. But sometimes we start the land consultation because we believe that we will be able to achieve the rest of the land needed for the land bank during the time that the land consultation takes place. And maybe we buy it so late in the process that we actually don't have to put it in the land bank, but we can use it directly in the land consultation. And that's what's going on in the upper left corner. We have the private farms in the rectangle, and they sell land, farmland, to the land bank at the market price. And when we have so much land in the land bank that we think we can carry out a land consultation project that will end up with a public project, such as what you have there, the wetlands, the forests, the protection of drinking water, whatever, then we start the land consultation. And the farmers that are participating in land consultation, they are in the bottom at the right rectangle there. And they sell the land that they have in the project area, or they get a financial compensation for that land. And they put it in a land consultation. And in return, they get farmland outside the project area as compensation. And that land most likely comes from the land bank. It can also come from the neighbor who gets even more land from the land bank than in order to compensate. So what the land bank does is to provide farmland to the land consultation, provide farmland further on to private farmers who provide project areas to the public entity, the state entity, the municipality, or the region, the Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Environment, whatever. And sometimes the private farmers, they buy back the land with the restrictions. For example, wet areas, if they want to use them for hunting, they can buy them back. And other times, the state wants to keep the land. Of course, if it is infrastructure, but also sometimes if it is wetlands that want to have the public access to the areas. The size of the land bank, how much money we have to buy land for, it varies because it depends on the amount of public projects that are ongoing. The more projects, the more money there in the bank. It's not the purpose of, we don't have a goal of having land in the land bank for many years. Approximately 4 years is the goal, and sometimes even shorter. And in the period that we have the land in the land bank, we rent it out to the neighbors in the area. I hope this was one of the more successful attempts to explain Danish land consultation and land banking. So, once again, the land in the bank comes from private farmers, and it ends a private farmer during the land consultation. Here's an example. This is Frammelstrup wetlands, an area where there has been a pump for 70 years draining the area. It's around 90 hectares, not that big. Maybe you can see that it's the blue line that defines the project area. The yellow color is the agricultural land that was bought into the land bank before the land consultation started. There's one property with blue stripes. That's the Ministry of Environment in Denmark. And they wanted to have the access of this wet area afterwards. So in the land consolidation, all the yellow land outside the project area is sold to the farmers. And the farmers, they change land with each other also, because it's not always that the land bought for the land bank is the best land for a farmer. Maybe it's the neighbor's land that is the best. And when we try to make the most of it, and that's when the neighbors change it first, and one of the neighbors then gets the land bank from the land bank. So, yeah. So it ends up with that the states own all of the project areas, and the farmers have land outside the project areas, and none of the farmers have less land than they had before the land consolidation. And that's a typical condition for achieving a voluntarily land consolidation in Denmark. And in Danish land consolidation, we don't just work with points or valuation schemes. They pay the money that the land costs, and they get the money that the land costs. On the agreements, we have the amount of money that is transferred during the land consolidation. So here are the typical tasks for the land bank. Purchases of farmland from private farmers. It's actually not the team with the land bank that purchases the farmland. It's the land conservation planner. It's the planning team, because it's the land conservation planners that are out and make the feasibility studies and are interviewing the landowners, getting to know the neighbors and which farms and could be relevant to buy to the land bank. But as soon as a land conservation planner almost has an agreement with a farmer on a private market, he cannot sign the agreement until there has been a control procedure. And there are three people in the team of land bank who has to say yes and sign the agreement. Then the head of the land consolidation division also has to agree on it. We talked about safeguards, and these are the mandatory safeguards in our ministry. But I would like to add something and go a little bit back, because we don't have the land in the land bank for many years in Denmark. And if we don't sell the land in the land bank at the same price as we bought it, we have to come up with a very good reason. There can be good reasons. For instance, when we buy a property to the land bank, we sometimes always buy the buildings. And sometimes we buy buildings that has value to the owner. But when we buy it, we know that these buildings won't have any value. It could be stables that have 3 or 4 years left of use until they're too old. And you can't sell those stables, but they have value to the owner, because he's able to make an outcome in the next 3 or 4 years. So sometimes when you buy to a land bank, you know you will have a loss, and you calculate it in, and you describe it before you make the sales agreement with the land bank team, so they can see why there should be a loss on this property. And maybe you talk with the project owners, the ministry and the municipalities, either willing to cover this loss for the land bank, otherwise we can't buy it. And then they make the registration and then control that it's within the budget. And they make these leasing agreements for the time that the land is in the land bank. And most normally, we can only use the farmland in the land bank. We have no use for the buildings. So unless the land conservation planner says that he has a certain use for the buildings, it should be a part of the land conservation process. It is sold immediately because the state is not a good owner of buildings. There are all kinds of problems with water pipes leaking in the winter and every kind of problem. So normally the buildings are sold as quickly as possible. And then the land bank also has this job with selling project areas with restrictions if the region or the municipality doesn't want to keep the project areas. And the land bank also has to deal with legal disputes because sometimes when we buy buildings or something else, there are something that shouldn't have been like the way it was. And it turns out to be the electricity was illegally installed and we have to deal with it before we can sell it again. And then we go back to the owners and say, we have to reduce the price. So what we are talking about on our meetings in the Danish Land Conservation and Land Banking Division are those. We spend a lot of time about talking if we think the project is viable. You know, in Denmark, all the projects have to be voluntarily agreed with the landowners. So if we find out that there are too many obstacles to get in a voluntary agreement with the farmers, the project may not be viable and it may be not a good idea to buy more land for the land bank. If it's never going to be a project, why should we spend more time and money buying land? And we also have a lot of concern about if we are buying the right farmland. Is it suitable for the farmers who are going to get it? Will they accept this land instead of the land that they're having today? Can we involve other farmers in order to make this possible be a good idea? And are we buying and selling at the right prices? We're buying at the market price, but what is the market price? We are a new player on the market. Is market moving? How does the prices on fertilizer and corn and interest rates and war affect the market price? Are we buying on a downwards market or upwards market? And we have to discuss all the time also how do we handle the buildings if we want to buy a property. As I mentioned before, there can be losses, there can be disputes, there can be problems with getting rid of the buildings. Maybe this should be demolished. And we also discuss what illegal conditions on the properties can we handle. Maybe electricity is something we can pay an electrician to do, and that's it. But maybe it's more deep than that, and we don't want to buy the property. And the last thing is the existing leasing agreements. Often when we buy from a farmer, he's not an active farmer anymore. He has been leasing out the land for some years and he has a leasing agreement with a neighbor. And we want to know if he can get out of that agreement. Most often he can. In Denmark, you can terminate the leasing agreement when you sell land, but we have to be sure. Other time it's about hunting and hunting leasing agreements, and sometimes they run for 30 years. And maybe hunting is not the most important thing for a farmer, but it's close to. Yes. And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. And now we are going to Latvia. Latvia must be online again. Can you get our presenter? And we listen about Latvia land banking experiences, and we have online somewhere Ivars Rubenis. Is it here?
We have some questions from the online participants. Should I share with?
Yes, but I think that we take them also together at the end of the presentations.
Can you hear us, Evelyn?
Okay, you have already the presenter, or there are some problems? We can take some questions. The first one, what I saw, it is the comment. Kalle Kontinen from Finland made comment. This is not maybe the question, but Anka, do you like answer or comment?
Yeah, I have already answered to those who are online, but I guess that colleagues that are in Skopje haven't seen this conversation. So it was a remark that maybe the statistics that the land fund is buying more than selling is not the right direction. My answer was that this was statistic for 1 year, for 2020. And like I said, the idea is that there is a balance selling and buying. But I agree with the comment of Kalle Kontinen that we have a limited activity of land fund in this, I would say, a classical direction of land banking. Our land fund should be more active in the land market, yeah. But this is only statistic for 1 year, so it's not a direction that the land fund is buying more than selling. That was one question or remark.
So I see Kalle is satisfied with the answer.
Okay.
He reacted already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but Kalle, I have one question about Danish land bank. What is volume of Danish land bank? Ingoing, outgoing hectares, how much government money for administration or buying new land? This is a question to Erik.
I'm afraid I don't have all the answers, but I think that what we have in money right now is 50 million euros. But it's changing each year depending on the amount of projects, and it's the same about the amount of land in the land bank. Is changing almost every day, whether we buy or we sell land. But it's not a lot of land because we sell it so soon. But some few thousand hectares, for maybe, I don't know exact number, sorry.
And one question about Denmark, is it compulsory land consolidation still used in Denmark, or what kind of projects?
Well, land consolidation in Denmark is 100% voluntarily, and the types of land consolidation that are carried out was mentioned in the presentation, where it's public initiated projects, such as protecting of drinking water, afforestation, and wetlands, and things like that.
Okay, there's still nobody in. There is. Okay.
There was one additional question regarding Kirill Stoyanov, regarding the problem of co-ownership. So if it is possible to, let's say, subdivide this co-ownership also for the family land, for example, not only for land funds. We had some legal barriers regarding this measure that we can solve the fragmentation of ownership within land consolidation. Some legal explanations were that this is not possible within land consolidation, but based on some arguments, approximately 2 years ago, we now have a formal legal explanation that this is possible. Of course, there should be also a warning limitation that you should not too much subdivide the land parcels. So we should also take care that the land parcels are not too small. So it is not limited only to land fund or to state land, but also for family-owned land. You can do within land consolidation also, let's say, subdivision of ownership. But at the same time, of course, the land parcel should not be really small. So there are some limitation, but we can do this with land consolidation. Yeah.
Thank you, Anka. Ivars, are you with us? Can you hear us? We can't hear.
Hi, Evelyn, can you hear us?
Okay, now we can hear.
Okay, sorry, we have some technical issues here in Budapest. Can you see the screen?
You can't see the screen.
Okay.
Or
we see the screen.
We see here the screen, but you? No?
Okay, good.
It's fine.
It's fine, great. Okay, so we have Ivars here.
Okay. Then I give the floor to Ivars.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Ivars Rubens. I'm project manager from Land Fund of Latvia. And yes, I will tell something how it works in Latvia. Okay, let's start from the boring side. It's from laws and regulations. So we have a one old law, which is on privatization of agricultural land in rural areas, and now this law has some amendments and some changes, and this is actually the basic law which describes who can buy the land, how much can buy the land, also the priority rights. It also describes now the functions and the goals of Latvian Land Fund. Local municipalities are giving the final permission to purchase the land, and local municipalities are those ones who are following implementation of this rule. Before creation of Latvian Land Fund, people from ministry went to France and they studied suffer experience, and but not everything was implemented. So the next one is the regulation which tells what are doing local municipalities and what are doing Latvian Land Fund, and the interaction between both sides. And the last one about the Land Fund is order number 119 on the manager of Land Fund. And it tells that the manager of Land Fund is Altum. Now I have you tell some words about Altum. Altum is a state-owned development.
Sorry, we have a Skype in the middle.
Altum is a state-owned development financial institution, and it belongs to Latvian state, and there are three shareholders: Ministry of Finance with 40%, the Ministry of Economics with 30%, and Ministry of Agriculture also with 30%. Altum was founded on December 27, 2013 by merging three institutions. It was Mortgage and Land Bank of Latvia, Latvian Guarantee Agency, and Rural Development Fund. And Altum has more than 220 employees. Balance sheet is over 1 billion euros. We have one head office and 5 branches in the regions. And Altum is working only with state aid programs approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. Altum offers state aid for various target groups with the help of financial tools. These are such as loans, credit guarantees, investing, venture capital, and so on. Altum also takes part in development these state aid programs, and these state aid programs are goal of the state aid programs are to compensate the market shortcomings that can't be solved by the private and financial institutions. You see the whole list of Altum products. We have energy efficiency, housing guarantees, business starters, guarantees, and venture capital, and rural enterprises, and Latvian land fund. So I must tell that agriculture is some, let's say, special segment in Altum because of the history, and previously Mortgage and Land Bank of Latvia was also as a development bank for farmers, which implemented already there very long time programs like acquisition of agricultural land and so on. So agriculture is more than 25% in total portfolio of Altum. So let's go now to the main subject. It's Latvian Land Fund, and it was established on July. It started to work on July 1st, 2015. Now it's I don't know, almost almost 7 years. The goal is preservation of agricultural land. It is because that agriculture is losing the land, and that was the need to create such thing as Latvian Land Fund, who will buy the land and ensure that the land will remain in agriculture. So I can say that during past months, I have got 3 offers to sell an agricultural land for implementation of solar systems, and that is not against our goal, and we don't sell this land. As you see, we were 2 persons in 250, and now we are 6. 3 project managers, including me, and 2 administrators, and head of Latvian Land Fund. So I would like to say that we are Latvian Land Fund is not a separate legal entity. We are the part of Altum. We are one department or one division, and but we work as a private company. At the same time, we must follow the rules for the public companies. Let's say for public procurement. We have also a preemption rights. And it's like Yeah, we got so it's I mentioned before it was the regulation which tells how interact local municipalities with the land fund, and so the land fund receives information from all local municipalities who are making the final decision regarding the one or other person to purchase the land, and they offers us the, let's say, the first-hand rights. So we overview all the deals with agricultural lands. We, let's say, it is needed because both sides, seller and buyer, both are interested to show not to show the actual price, but it's they are interested to show the lower price due to the taxes and fees which they have to pay. If we have the preemption rights, they don't have such an option. I think this makes market more transparent. What we do? We purchase the land, we lease out the land. We have a special project, let's say, product like purchase and lease back with buyback option. We sell the land and also exchange the land. Let's say exchange. We have in all properties in Latvia, let's say almost in all, we have different structure of properties. We have, let's say, inside it's agricultural land, we have forests, we have, I don't know, other bushes and trees and like that. And the part which is not cannot be used in agriculture, we exchange, for example, with different forest companies who have the agricultural land. I would like to mention that land sale is not a very big issue because yes, this is not our goal to buy something cheaper and to sell something more expensive. So and also we do recultivation of abandoned lands which can be used in agriculture, and we have done it approximately, for this time it's some 620 hectares, maybe not much, but we can do as much as we can. So how do we purchase? When we receive the application, we evaluate all the things like quality, access to the property. We have some properties, let's say, where there is no road, and we have to look and understand how we will get through this, and drainage systems and all the things. If it's needed, we are going in the field and studying, looking on the spot what is really there. But when agricultural land is in a normal or good condition, it's more or less clear, and we don't have to go to the field. So we are buying according to the market prices, and we have all the information from the Latvian Land Book and Cadastral System, what are the actual deals and actual prices. We take in account in a view deals from 2 previous years in the same region. It's important because prices in Latvia differs very much, let's say you can buy 1 hectare per 2,000 euros, and also there are regions where you can buy 1 hectare per 14,000 euros. So after the pricing, and if seller is happy with our proposal, we can make the buying, and it's very fast and easy because we prepare all the documentation, and yes, it's really no problem. So I hope so for the clients. So lease out, here you can see it's our web page where is information about all our properties which are leased out. It's usually some 30, 40 proposals, offers to lease out the land, and these offers are for staying there for at least 2 weeks. It's told in our legislation. We have to lease out for the highest price, but there are several groups with priority rights. It's previous leaseholder, neighbors, and young farmers. If someone of these groups are wanting to get this land for the leasing, we must offer them for the highest price. Renting price in Latvia range from 50 euros till 400 euros per hectare, and we have also a couple of properties with the rent price of 500 and 600 euros per hectare. And then leasing period is 5 years, and after these 5 years, we have to make this land public for the public tender again. So I must tell about our special project, which is pretty big part of our portfolio. So when we have this comes this application, we purchase this property at the price of 90% of the value. After the 5 years, we buyback price is 100% of the value. Leasing price during these 5 years is 5% of the purchase price, or 4.5 of the buyback price. All the prices are fixed. All the agreements have been concluded at the same time. Leaseback and buyback is not a part of public tender, as these are the rules, not the rules, but this is a product for farmers to use in the case they need to stabilize their cash flow or development. And I think this product is very good for the farmers, because the total amount of the money they are paying during the 5 years is less than the value at the end of this 5-year period. Some data about how we were. Oops. Some data about how we were growing, and in first year it was just the first year, which was actually half year. We had 40 projects and some miserable amounts of money, and now we have bought approximately 25,000 hectares and spent for this 80 million euros. during our functioning period, the price of the land has increased twice, but it's let's say it's not because the land fund was functioning, but it was simply, let's say, some part was coming out from this dark zone where actual prices were not shown. And yes, as you can see from the numbers, we have very fast increase till year 2020, but after that it's slowed down, and the reasons are several. Let's say farmers has a good year, good weather conditions, high grain prices, and also it was some big investment companies came to the market, and afterwards it's competition increased and prices went up, and so yes, we cannot buy right now so much as previous years. So it's this is Latvia map, and central, which is Zemgale region, it's close to Lithuania. There are much better lands than in other regions, and Latgale is, let's say, less suitable for agriculture. And so this our activity in these all regions just describes the actual situation with the land overall Latvia. So some at the end, some details I would like to tell on, because you would like to understand how big are we. In Latvia, it's very approximately 1.9 million square kilometers of agricultural land. Sorry, 1.9 million hectares of agricultural land, and we own approximately 25,000. It's 1.3%. It's not much, but due to our activities, we can affect the market. And yes, rent to purchase price, the rent to purchase ratio is 4.1%. And it is important because, as I told you, we are working as a private company, and all the money we are getting, it's attracted from the financial markets. Either it is bonds or it is state loan, but we will have to work and to pay this back. All properties which we are buying are leased out, and our structure of our portfolio is, let's say, agricultural land 90%, forest 5%, and other land also 5%. So this was it from me today, and thank you. And yes, and you can find more information on our website and different networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivars. Now we have time for the questions. The first, I saw also that a couple of questions are online, but maybe someone, yeah, Andrew. Can you get the microphone?
Hello, Ed. Andrew Cartwright from Central European University. This is a question for the previous speaker from Latvia. You mentioned that you had over 600 hectares of land that you had recultivated from being abandoned. Can you just describe the process, how this happened? did the owners approach you and ask you to take on this responsibility? Did you go and find the land yourself? Is this something that you envisage doing more in the future? And then finally, did you charge them for cleaning up their land? Thank you.
I would like to mention that we are, let's say, we are buying this abandoned land, and we are buying this abandoned land. And before that, we are carefully exploring whether it's possible to use this land for agriculture. And yes, it's also market price for such land, and we have a public tender with the companies who are giving us this service. And when we buy this land, we recultivate it, and then we lease it out for the farmers.
Thank you. Yeah, Giedrus.
Hello, my name is Giedrus Pašakarnis. I'm from Lithuania. I also have for Latvian colleagues. Have you used land banking procedure in order to avoid compulsory land acquisition within Rail Baltica project? Because it's a very important project for our region, and it's related with a linear infrastructure. Thank you.
Can you please repeat the question? My English is not so good.
Have you used land banking procedure in order to avoid compulsory land acquisition in Rail Baltica project?
There is no connection with Latvian Land Fund and Rail Baltica. It's Rail Baltica. It's still in let's say it's a slow moving project, and we have, I got information that Rail Baltica will cross one of our properties a couple of years ago, and since that time there is, I don't have any other information or communication from that side, because yes, we need to know what to do with this land.
Thank you. I see the Morten.
Thank you for the presentations to all three presenters. I have a question also for Ivars on the Latvian case, because I remember there were efforts some 7-8 years ago in Latvia also to implement land consolidation. We had a workshop in Riga in 2014 where, let's say, both land consolidation and land banking were discussed at the same time, and there were, let's say, active works working to do pilot projects for land consolidation. Now, I understand it, but please confirm this, why that there's no land consolidation still, but why do you not combine the work of the land fund with the land consolidation instrument in Latvia, like we have seen from the Danish case and also the Slovenian case and many other countries? For me, this is like 1 + 1 is not 2, but 3 if you combine the instruments. So
I'm sorry, I cannot answer to this question because I am not the policy maker. I am just a project manager from Land Fund, and so sorry, you have to ask other officials. So.
Okay, then I think you started with 0 when you start the land fund from scratch. You showed on your that you had no land when you started the land fund and you started to buy land. So how is the connection, if any, with the existing state-owned or public-owned agricultural land in Latvia? Is that a completely separate administrative setup, or do you have any connections with that also?
We don't have any connections. Some part is belongs to let's say belongs to the Latvian state, but there is no active movement or I also cannot comment this issue. Local municipalities are responsible for taking care of this land, and they are renting it, and but I cannot comment also this connection. So wait, nothing happens.
Okay, thank you.
One question, online question, Kalle Kvantinen asked, was it difficult in Latvia to get 70 million euros government money to purchase land? Sounds a lot. This is again yours.
Oh, it's as far as I know, there was not a big problem because people are thinking about. As I told, we will have to pay it back, and first we started with loan from state treasury, and now it's also attracted market from bonds, and yes, it's. I think that till this recent years, our financial situation in Latvia was pretty good, and yes, we had access to resources, and really no problem.
Thank you. I see one question is back.
Yes, thank you very much, Nenad Guzenovic, GIZ Ethiopia. I have a question for the colleague from Denmark for his presentation, and you present to us a very wide scope of land banking tasks. So I'm just curious, can you just please tell to us maybe a little bit more about organizational structure, how that is implemented, which professions participate in that? Do you need some special legal base for that, or maybe it's covered already with some other laws or amendments of the laws? And the last question is about selling and buying, because if I understand well, you mentioned that it's private land only in the topic. So did that department, let's call it like that, for land banking, it's buying and selling that land, or you coordinate between the farmers selling and buying? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Both good questions. The land consolidation division is never a project owner. There's always somebody else who's carrying out the project. We're only facilitating the project by providing a land consolidation and changing the ownership rights. Sometimes it's a municipality who wants to change the use of land. Sometimes it's the drinking water supplier who wants to protect its drinking water. Sometimes it's the Ministry of Environment who wants to protect something very special in Denmark. The land consolidation division is never the project owner. We are the hired hands to carry out the project in reality, negotiating with the farmers what it takes for them to be a part of the project. But the project never belongs to us. So each project owners has to make an evaluation of the impact on the environment. They have to make a budget for the project. They have to clear out all legislation needed for providing this project. So we only do the negotiation with the farmers on behalf of the project owners in order to change the ownership. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah. So, and about the second question, the land bank buys land. It buys land from the farmers, pays them with money, keeps it in the bank. In the land consolidation, there can be also exchange of land among the farmers without the land bank being involved. For instance, I mentioned that sometimes it's the neighbor who has the best land for a farmer who is involved in the project. And then we sell the land bank land to the neighbor, but the neighbor sells to the farmer. So in that case, when the neighbor and the farmer, they exchange,
they change directly in the land consultation. The land consultation is changing ownership rights and paying and selling at the market price.
And the last question.
Yeah, it's a question for Anka. If you are be a minister tomorrow in your country responsible for the land fund, what do you will decide to get it in a better shape in a way that it is useful for land consolidation and other projects in your country?
Oof, a lot of work has to be done still, so it's not an easy answer. But you know what is the truth? We will get a new government, and the previous director of Land Fund is planning to become the Minister of Agriculture. So this was a director that was previously really successful in leading Land Fund. So hopefully we will get also some good solutions, which were maybe not easy to solve in the past. But in principle, I think I haven't talked about the problems with land consolidation. We need also one public institution that is much more engaged in land consolidations, because now we have only ministry, one directorate who is coordinating this. And then there are 2-3 companies that are really focusing, surveying companies that are focusing on land consolidation. So we are afraid if something happens with these companies, we do not have a systematic public institution that is responsible for land consolidation. And maybe also Land Fund can take over some, let's say, roles in land consolidations. So I think that land consolidation needs some updating to be more systematically organized. And in this case, also Land Fund can be, let's say, involved in this reorganization of the work.
Thank you very much.
I hope that I answered you.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an answer, but maybe next time, after all the public things about going to a new government, you can tell more about the update that was going on. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will keep you informed.
Okay, one.
I think it shows also that what happens when you split the institutions that deal with land banking or the land fund and land consolidation.
Mm-hmm.
So that does not make it easier to coordinate things. So the more you can coordinate things, the more the same institutions can be. I think we need to have much more focus on the overall policy, on the land policy, and we cannot separate policy from implementation. So yeah, that is also important. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree with this comment. Yeah.
Okay, and now we finalize this session because it's time to take the coffee and tea. And we can discuss here with, unfortunately not with you who is online, but who is here. We can discuss about those questions. But if someone have more questions, you can add your question online and we look over those questions. Thank you all, and thank you again, the presenters.
Thank you. Bye.
We will back here 15:30. Thank you.
As mentioned, you're all invited, and the transport, the faculty has organized a number of taxis that will take you to the restaurant. They will be outside 7:45. For those who are here, if you do not stay in the hotel here and you are somewhere maybe in the city center, then we can also try to coordinate, let's say, that people can go together from the city center without having to come back to the hotel. In that case, if you want that, then you should contact Georgiev, who's standing up over there, and Georgie is organizing it or trying his best to get it organized. So we'll try to put people, if there are several people that live in the same hotel in the center or can come to the same place, then we can also organize for you the transport. So, but we don't do it unless you contact Georgie. And you can also ask for the name and the address of the hotel, of the restaurant. Then you can go organize yourself, take a taxi there. Taxis are not very expensive in Skopje, so that is also an option. So it's all up to you. Yeah, the restaurant, we are ready to be in the restaurant at 8 o'clock. So 7:45 for those who live in the hotel or are still staying here or coming back, whatever you want to do. Everybody else, contact Georgie if you want transport. Thank you. Let's begin the session, Brad.
Thank you. Thank you, Morten. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brad Patterson. I am a land tenure consultant with FAO, working with the team in Budapest. This is my first LANDNET workshop, and I know that some of you are veterans of this group, and others that are also like me for the first time. And I hope you've had a chance already to get to know others, and I mean that's part of the purpose of this technical network, to exchange, and I'm very happy to do that, and I hope you have as well. We have, perhaps you've seen, we had the publications at the front, and they all went very quickly. I hope you had a chance to take one. But I think that indicates the need or the desire for information, for a collection of best practices, for developing capacities in these technical areas that perhaps don't exist. Of course, in this room, many people are very familiar with them, but there is a need, I think, to develop capacities in other, for professionals or people that would like to work in these technical areas. And that's exactly the purpose of this session. This session is on capacity development. And our first presenter is going to be Maxim Gorgan. He's a land tenure officer with FAO. Maxim, welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Bradley. Dear participants, good afternoon. I will need some help to display the slides. They are there, okay. Okay, so yeah, the topic of this last session today is capacity development, and capacity development is a very important element, also linking it with the discussions which we had previously about sustainability and how to convince the decision makers that land consolidation is necessary. So it should be a broader coalition which should include universities as well. So universities are playing a very important role in educating professionals, and in FAO, land consolidation is one of the main technical areas including introduction and building up national land consolidation programs. And that includes normative work, that includes specific pilot projects, communities of practice, as we are here today, and also working in partnerships with different stakeholders internationally and also from different countries. And from 2000s, FAO supported introduction of land consolidation in 11 countries in the region, where the training and capacity development was usually one of the components of these pilot projects. Then also building technical and administrative capacity for both fieldwork and administrative ones to manage the program is one of the 5 minimum requirements for having an operational land consolidation program, alongside the policy framework, the legal framework, the institutional framework, of course, and the funding as well. And as it was discussed and mentioned several times by colleagues, by Eric, by Ivars, land banking or land consolidation activities, they have departments, they might have units or multidisciplinary teams which are involved. We have land surveyors, of course, we have agronomists as well, we have lawyers, land valuation specialists who need to work together to achieve project objectives. And also the experience is in general that it is a critical element, and also that it takes time to build the capacity in order to implement the field work, but as well to manage the program overall. It includes in-service training. It should be continuous. And of course, this continuity can be only ensured by involving the universities who educate on a regular basis land professionals. So land consolidation is often one of the topics which is taught in the universities to a different extent and in different, let's say, interconnected or involved disciplines. It's also another observation about capacity building is that even in the countries with the ongoing land consolidation programs, is that there is a disconnect or there is a gap between the theory which is taught in the universities and the real life, the real, let's say, activities carried out by the lead agencies in the field. And another observation which I just mentioned is that these disciplines are oftentimes they are taught separately, like surveying, and then there are different elements of which comprise land consolidation. They are scattered throughout different curricula, different disciplines, like GIS as well, sociology, you have land valuation, legal, this I already mentioned. So to address this gap, we are coming right now with an initiative on capacity development for land consolidation and land banking. And the overall objective of this initiative is to facilitate cooperation between the universities, the interested universities in the region, in order to enhance their educational programs related to land consolidation and land banking. And the expected outcome would be a generic university curriculum at the master level in order to educate future land professionals in the countries, in the ECA region, interested in the implementation of land consolidation and land banking, both at the project and the program level. And the initiative is coming as a logical continuation of the two publications which have been extensively presented today, the land banking study and the legal guide on land consolidation. Let me introduce to you the tentative activity plan or how we see this activity to be implemented. Of course, it's launching the initiative and also identifying the countries which would be interested and the universities which would be interested to join the working group or to join the initiative. Then the second logical step in this would be to develop and agree on the methodology, the outline of this curriculum, because there are different universities in different countries, different educational approaches and standards. So we have to agree to make it as generic as possible to fit with the needs and standards in different countries, and also using a well-acknowledged theoretical framework or approach and the latest developments and trends in the area of capacity development and professional education is also very important. So when the methodology and the outline will be agreed by the working group, then we suggest to carry out the analysis of the existing curricula in the countries with ongoing land consolidation, land banking programs. Then to prepare a draft curriculum document following the agreed outline and following the agreed methodology, which would be discussed by the, so this would be a collaborative process by the universities which are interested. There would be a working group which would be meeting in workshops to discuss the preparation of the generic curriculum. We envisage these workshops to be conducted online and one physical workshop to be conducted in Budapest at the very end of this process. Finally, the final curriculum document would be presented during a regional workshop, either LANDNET or some other, and the intended completion of this initiative is end of this year. One of the objectives of this session today is to initiate the activity and also to try to raise interests and pre-identify or identify the countries and the universities from those countries who could be interested in the initiative. On the screen, you can see the list of countries which we have prepared, where we think that it would be feasible and where the interest would be there as well. So we can see Turkey with one of the biggest ongoing land consolidation programs in the region. We have Moldova because the Agrarian University, State Agricultural University of Moldova is actually having a master course on land consolidation. This is land consolidation is taught in the university. We have included Ukraine because Ukraine has a big interest as well in land consolidation. Finland, because of their ongoing land consolidation program. It is small, but it's ongoing. It continues. Then we have Georgia, North Macedonia, Lithuania, and so on. I'm meaning that the list can be further extended. Finally, the specific objectives of this session, as mentioned already, to launch the initiative, to establish the working group, and to probably as well carry out an initial exchange about the methodology and the work plan. And I would like to use this opportunity to introduce Giedris Pašakarnis. He will introduce himself, of course, but he will be involved from the FAO side in coordination and facilitation of this work. And Giedris will have a presentation today where he will focus on the experience of his alma mater, where he is also teaching land consolidation. So I guess that is all from my side. Thank you very much. Bradley, over to you.
Thank you very much, Maxime. Yes, a very good overview, and I think, I hope anyways, it has piqued your interest. Perhaps your country was listed there, perhaps it was not. Maybe it would, maybe you would be interested in being part of this initiative. I'd like to next give the floor our next presenter. Morten already mentioned Georgi Georgiev. He is an associate professor at the Faculty of Civil Engineering at the University of St. Kirill and Methodius here in North Macedonia. Yes, Georgi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgi Georgiev. I'm coming from the Faculty of Civil Engineering, St. Kirill and Methodius University. I strongly believe that each big reform that is going to happen in the future need to be supported by education changes and upgrading. Even more, maybe changes in the education, in the study programs, changes in the profession should maybe happen even earlier than big changes in the system, for instance, in land consolidation. Since the education is so important, we need to put as much effort as possible to keep the education in line with the labor market needs. Education cannot be separated by land market, and education should be even in front of the land market, the labor market. We should see what will happen in the future and to adapt our study programs accordingly. Just to give you a brief overview of Macedonian higher education, I will start with some data about faculties and universities. In North Macedonia, we have 24 universities. When I was preparing for this presentation, I was surprised how many we have, since I didn't know that we had so many. I expect to have maybe 10. But when I checked the Ministry for Education, I saw that we have 24. 6 of them are state universities and 18 are private universities. Most of them are small ones with several hundred students, but some of them are quite big. Most of the universities have in line their study programs according to Bologna declaration, and we have this 3+2+3 model. 3-year bachelor studies, 2-year master studies, and 3-year PhD studies. According to the Statistics Office in 2020, we had 50,881 students enrolled in higher education in the first year of all universities in the country in total. 82.7% are enrolled in state universities. Only 17.3% are enrolled at private universities. From these 50,881 students, 44.2% started their studies at St. Kirill and Methodius University. So St. Kirill and Methodius University is the biggest and the oldest university in the country. It has 23 faculties, 5 institutes, and 5 associated members. In order to discuss what study program should deal with regarding land consolidation, we should start thinking what kind of professionals land consolidation process include. If we see the land consolidation process, we will see that it's not one person that deals with all tasks that are there. It is about the team that works and deals from all different aspects. We can discuss about land surveyor, but we can discuss about lawyer. We also need a valuer. We also need agroeconomist. We also need civil engineer. So there are different tasks for each member in the team. So when we discuss about curricula related with land consolidation, we should more or less discuss about all these professionals. St. Cyril and Methodius University since have 23 faculties. Most of these professionals, not most, but all of these professionals are covered with the study programs at St. Cyril and Methodius University. So we have a faculty of law, faculty of civil engineering, and faculty of agriculture, science, and food, which more or less cover everything. Faculty of civil engineering, it covers civil engineering and geodesy as well as geotechnical engineering. I will come back to that later. Since I'm coming from the Faculty of Civil Engineering, I will talk mostly about the studies at the Faculty for Civil Engineering. It is established in 1949. It's the first technical faculty within the university. We have 3 levels of studies: bachelor, master, and PhD studies. We call it Faculty for Civil Engineering, but also there are study programs in geodesy and geotechnics. Most of the surveyors in the country are educated at this faculty. And study programs in geodesy started in '78 as 5-semester studies, but in 2002 we established 9-semester studies. I'm the student of the first year of students, which started in 2002. We have bachelor level with 3 study programs, and we have master level with 6 study programs. What is the most important for this discussion is the study programs in geodesy. We also have real estate management, but that study programs is almost closed. It was a great idea behind this study program. We established, I think, good study program, but somehow we didn't manage to keep it in the long run. Since this year, we have also PhD study program in geodesy. This is the first year where we have students at this study program. However, if we get back again to what study program should teach students, and I mean study program for geodesy, since I really believe that, and according to Macedonian law, the surveyor is, let's say, a profession that leads this process. Because the private surveying companies are taking the project for land consolidation, and they are executing the program, the project, but they are including other professions like lawyers, agro-engineers, civil engineers, and so on. But if we see the surveyor, what are his tasks and what he should do within the project for land consolidation, we see that he is engaged in from the very beginning until the very end. At the beginning, he should identify properties within land consolidation area. He should identify legal rights. Of course, that goes together with the legal expert. Then collects the data, spatial data. It collects spatial data from different institutions, but also collects on-site data. It organizes the data and manages the data, performs special analysis, creates special models that other professions are using it, support land valuer, or in case of Macedonia, it can also surveyor do a land valuation. Many private surveying companies have also licenses for doing land valuation. Negotiate with landowners during the allotment process. It drafts the allotment plan, develop a technical documentation for registration of new parcels, new plan in the cadastre system, and staking out the boundaries and support civil engineers in constructing rural infrastructure. So from the very beginning to the very end. To summarize, this is the knowledge that surveyor needs to gain within within the study program. He needs to have a legal knowledge. He needs to have a knowledge about cadastre system, the knowledge about land register, if the state has land register. In Macedonia, we have only cadastre system. These registers are integrated since 1985. To do a surveying, he has to know a GIS. GIS is, according to my knowledge and my experience, very, very important. We cannot work in the old-fashioned way to use CAD software and some Excel spreadsheets. We are dealing with hundreds of parcels, hundreds of landowners. If you see these four posters there, you can see that we have the largest consolidation area has smallest number of owners, but it starts with 83 owners. It goes until 388 to the one of the consolidation areas. So if you have 400 landowners or 600 landowners, you cannot work with spreadsheets. You need to have a database. You need to have a spatial database, and surveyors need to know to do that. Because not only to create maps is something that is given. Yes, we are doing that every day, but we also need to have a data and to trust the data. We need this quick analysis. We need to make very fast decisions or to get the data when we are discussing with landowners. Land valuation, of course, to know the basic land valuation, to know how to know the different types of values, to know the system, how the valuation is conducted and why it's conducted in that way. To know spatial planning. Spatial planning also includes, maybe, in my opinion, this drafting of reallotment plan. Then he needs to know the basics about rural infrastructure, how rural infrastructure is designed, what are the components, what are the key moments in designing rural infrastructure. And of course, to know about agriculture production, why the parcels should be created in a certain way. What is, and to see from the side of a farmer, from a farmer perspective. Otherwise, there will be always a hard discussion between farmers and surveyors. Environmental protection and negotiation and communication. Negotiation and communications are, for me, very, very important skill that surveyor needs to have. Otherwise, he will have a very hard discussions with farmers. He needs to know how to balance. When we see the study program of geodesy at the Faculty of Civil Engineering, there are many courses, but I extract some of them which I thought that are important for this discussion. At the bachelor level, we have course like cadastre, where students study cadastre system, the history of cadastre system, how it has developed in time, and how we are doing property registration at the moment. Also, this course integrates the lectures of law, real estate property law. So the students learn about different type of property rights, how to gain property rights, how to transfer property rights, and how to register these property rights at the end at the register, at the cadastre system. We have always, in these projects, we always have to look at the cadastre system, because everything what we will create during the reallotment plan, it needs to end in cadastre system. Otherwise, we have a problem, at least in Macedonia. We create more problems than we create solutions. Then we have a course called Real Estate Management. Real Estate Management is the course where students learn basics of land valuation. They are taught of basic approaches in land valuation, different types of land values, some methodology, how we are coming to the land value at the end. Then we have very important course, database. We teach students how to create databases, how to normalize database, how to divide the data between tables in the databases, how to make queries, how to make reports. This is important because at some point in the land consolidation project, they will have to create database, and only to taught them about databases is not enough. We need to teach them about spatial databases. The time of files is behind. Now we don't use files, we use databases. So each student needs to know how to create these spatial databases and how to use them together with GIS systems. Then we have a course called GIS Systems, where we learn how to connect databases with GIS softwares, how to read data, how to analyze data. We learn about algorithms related with the GIS systems and different sources of spatial data. We are trying not to keep only on desktop GIS systems, but to promote spatial data infrastructure, to promote different sources of data within the country. And very important course for land consolidation is a course called spatial planning. The spatial planning course, 70% of spatial planning course is land consolidation. It was established by a professor who his main interest was land consolidation, even though when Macedonia didn't have any land consolidation program. So I thought I took this course in 2003, I think, and we learned about land consolidation back then. Maybe it was a different way of land consolidation than we are doing today, but in time it evolves, and we have adapted our study program according to the laws that we have it today. Okay. And then we have two also important, in spatial planning course, we also learn how these technical stuff, things about land consolidation, about drafting reallotment plan, how to create blocks, how to divide land, and how to go from land value to area and square meters and so on. Then we have two courses which are related with road and railroad design and basic of hydrotechnics, where we learn about how the roads are constructed, how the channels are constructed. So what are the, I don't know, steepness elements and so on. At the master level, we have 3 courses, which I can separate from all the other courses: contemporary cadastral real estate valuation and spatial model and models and analysis. First is related with, of course, with cadastre, is so to say, extension of the previous course cadastre. Second one is focusing only on land valuation, and the third course is extension of the course GIS. So we learn here more advanced things about cadastre, real estate, and GIS. At the moment, this maybe will be interesting for the future. I have one student who came in my office like 3 weeks ago, and he wanted to do something with GIS. He started to learn programming, and he wants to do something with GIS. I don't know if we will do a good master thesis, but we create some topics about development of GIS tool for land consolidation. Maybe we will succeed to create some tool that will be helpful in the process of land consolidation. We always start too ambitious, but at the end, the results are not as we want. But in this case, I'm optimistic. And also now we have opportunity to discuss with students case studies. We have so far 4 case studies where we can present them how land consolidation is done from the very beginning to the very end, because we can discuss about Macedonian cases. In the past, we discussed about some land consolidation that happened somewhere in Europe or in the world, but now we have our examples and good examples to show them, and in order to encourage them to learn more about land consolidation, because I really believe that it is very important to motivate students. But what we miss in the study program, we miss maybe more topics about agriculture production. More or less, we don't learn about agriculture production. Environmental protection and legislation, we have very, very little about that. Maybe we should increase that kind of topics within the study programs. Negotiation and communication skills, we have almost nothing about it. And as I said at the beginning, I think this is very, very important. And rural and regional development planning, we have something, but I think not enough. If we go back to the team, if we see the team and we see the professionals, everybody in their education, they learn everything. A civil engineer knows everything about constructing roads. A surveyor knows everything about developing of networks, adjustment of networks, GNSS technology, LiDAR scanning. But we don't need only our knowledge from our profession. We also need the knowledge from different professions in order to be able to communicate easily. And we also need a knowledge so each participant to be able to understand the whole process from the very beginning to the very end, and to know what everybody else in the team is working and how that reflects on the overall result. Also, since we are developing a program for land consolidation in the country, I also think that we need some kind of lifelong learning. There are a lot of surveying engineers that have graduated like 30 years ago, 35 years ago. They have their own companies, but they have little knowledge about land consolidation. At last, little knowledge about how land consolidation is conducted today. So we need to transfer that knowledge in some way so they could be able to participate in these calls for selecting companies which are going to draft the plans and finish land consolidation projects. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgi. Very interesting to see that, in fact.
Are there any questions?
I think we will, there's one more presentation and I think we will have, yes, we'll have a time for questions after. Now I'd like to invite Idris Pashakarnis from Vytautas Magnus University. Idris, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Giedrius Pašakarnis. I'm from Vytautas Magnus University in Lithuania, reading lectures about land consolidation and rural development. And I would like to start my presentation about the global situation observation. According to the World Bank, only 30% of land worldwide is registered. Land surveyor is an aging profession. For example, in Germany, most of the surveyors are more than 55 years old. For example, in the United States, the average land surveyor age is 59 years old. Also, there is a lack of new students wishing to study land surveying. So all of us here now, we have a quite challenging situation. Okay, I will move to the situation in Lithuania. In Lithuania, we have 952 land surveyors, which are qualified to implement land management projects. So when I'm talking about these projects, I mean land reform, land consolidation, compulsory land acquisition, such sort of activities, such a project. And from these 952 land surveyors, only 85 are qualified to implement land consolidation projects. And I could say that in Lithuania, women rules for the land consolidation, as 65% of all the certificates belongs to the women. And here on the map, you are able to see how these certificates are all across my country and within each municipality. Since in Lithuania land consolidation legislation was prepared, we have implemented 61 land consolidation projects, and I have used different colors to show within different financial periods when it was where and when it was financed. And here you can see on the map that the majority of land consolidations projects were implemented in the northwestern part of Lithuania. When we are talking about academic situation, I want to point out that we have only 2 universities who are preparing land surveyors, and 4 colleges also who are preparing land surveyors. But only one university, Vytautas Magnus University, from which I am from, we are only focusing on land management, because other universities and other academical organizations is focusing on geodetic measurements. So it's quite a usual situation that students from these 4 colleges and Vilnius Gediminas Technical University, they are finishing bachelor's degree at their academic institution, and then they are moving to Vytautas Magnus University to do their master thesis. Why? Because students wishes to have they wishes to be certified for the land consolidation and for all the land management projects, because when they are finishing their studies in their academic organizations, they are only can be certified for the topographical measurements, for the geodetic measurements, because students there gets only basic understanding about land management and just an introduction to the land consolidation within the land management lectures. It's a just a very short introduction. As Georgi mentioned, land consolidation is a complex procedure, and all of us, we know that that land consolidation professionals have to have a specific understanding about many topics when they are dealing with land consolidation. And as you saw in my initial slides, I was saying about global trends across the globe. We are also in Vytautas Magnus University feeling the same situation. For example, last 7 students only entered to study bachelor's degree only in 2018. And also the same situation can be observed with the master students, as we are able to see that the numbers is decreasing. And we will see how many students we will have this autumn. So what actually do we do in order to encourage youth to choose this profession and to study land management? For example, I am going to the visiting schools during their career days, during the GIS day, and telling about land consolidation, about land managers profession, and with what we are dealing with. Also have recorded several video lectures, and they are available on YouTube. So for example, my colleagues from the university, when they are visiting schools, they are also showing these videos. They are showing the plans from the land consolidation, from the land reform. They are showing various measurement instruments and so on. When I'm visiting schools, I'm also showing application called Move a Lot. It was produced by the Dutch Cadastre in 2016. So I'm asking students, actually pupils, and saying, would you like to try to do land consolidation with agricultural land or with in urban area? Try it. And here's there is a photo here. Students during the coffee breaks between my lectures, they are playing Move a Lot as well. Also, I'm writing articles in the popular news portals, articles in the magazines dedicated for the farmers. So how to say, I'm trying to shoot 2 rabbits with one bullet. The idea is that the landowners will know more about land consolidation, and they probably would encourage their children to learn more about land consolidation and to probably think to enter to the Vytautas Magnus University and study this topic. I will reveal some data from my recent research. Actually, I have started working on this research since 2016, and I have invited 104 master students to participate in this survey. The idea was to identify master students' profile, and I have identified that the majority of students are from the cities. Also, it was very important for me to understand how students are familiar with the land. So how much land do they or their parents own? So it was possible to identify that forest land dominates across the students from the cities, and the opposite situation can be observed within the students from the villages, as the majority of them own agricultural type land. The most important question for me was how to meet students' expectations. So so I have asked students to rank in order of importance how educational institution can help students better understand land consolidation. And the winner is organize meetings with surveyors who prepared land consolidation projects. Top 2 selection is to provide access to the data from implemented land consolidation projects. And top 3 selection is to organize field trips to the land consolidation project sites. So in order to meet these my students' expectations, I have started from sharing experience and also from international land consolidation experts. because students they really wish to hear real stories from the battlefield, not just a simple to read from the books. So special thanks goes to the Morten from the FAO, to Jan from the Dutch Cadastre, to Kalle from the Finnish Land Service, and Ivan from the Wallonian Land Service. As I have practically implemented one land consolidation project in Lithuania, I'm also sharing my experience, showing all the maps, all the data, photos, and telling real stories, because as I mentioned, students wishes to have to real understanding what they can expect when they will be implementing their first land consolidation project. And also, in order to meet my students' expectation number 2, to reveal all the data from implemented land consolidation projects, I'm also sharing with them GIS data. I'm sharing also the data from other land surveyors, my colleagues who were implementing other land consolidation projects. And that's how studies and thesis appears about these about land consolidation. In order to meet my students' expectations, that was selection top 3 to organize field trips to the land consolidation projects. Since 2016, I have started marking on the map scientific literature which describes implemented land consolidation projects, and not only in Lithuania, but all across the Europe. So I'm looking at it as a points of interest. So for example, let's imagine that student is planning to go to the Finland, and he will be able to identify that Järila land consolidation project was implemented, and the student will be able to do some sort of homework to download the scientific paper, read what was situation before land consolidation project, what was possible to reach after land consolidation project was implemented, to do some sort of homework. And when he will be in that certain place, he will be able to talk with the landowners, local land authorities, and he will have a topic about what to talk. Since I have working at the university, I have supervised several master theses. My students were writing about land consolidation. So there were several theses about land consolidation within a Rail Baltica project. So that's why I have asked a question for the Latvian colleague from the Latvian Land Bank, how is it related with the Rail Baltica project? Because it's a very high linear project related with a high-speed train across the region. So there were 2 theses. There were 2 theses about measuring the effects of implemented land consolidation projects. So actually students were, investigating what was situation before land consolidation project and what was met when land consolidation project was implemented. There were several theses about proposal to apply land consolidation in certain territories. And there are actually several theses in progress, proposal on national land consolidation strategy update. So the idea is to update Lithuanian national land consolidation strategy, proposal to apply land consolidation on forest land, and the last one is connecting land consolidation with other rural development programs. And I'm going to the conclusions. I would recommend to set a capacity building as a priority into land consolidation strategy. I would also recommend to focus on opening the data. I'm talking about open data portals, about spatial data, because, for example, Georgi mentioned that several land consolidation projects were implemented here in North Macedonia. So it's very important to open this data, GS data, because students will be able to do some sort of investigations. And for example, if we are thinking about new potential areas, it is very important to have a data about land fragmentation, soil fertility maps, and so on. It is very important also for students to organize field trips and meetings with the land surveyors, local authorities, landowners, and such a trip should be organized to the potential areas, ongoing project sites, and finished project sites. I would also recommend to finance research, articles, case studies and thesis on land consolidation. Also, it should be organized annual knowledge sharing events, inviting other beneficiaries like environmentalists, governmental institutions, and farmers associations. And last two, probably it can be connected, merged together, establishing knowledge hubs, like a network of professionals like this, like LANDNET, and institutional, it should be collaboration should be organized locally and internationally. And actually, I would like to thank you, but I would like to use an opportunity and invite all of you to visit Vytautas Magdas University, as this year we are celebrating 100 years anniversary. And also my university is located in Kaunas, and Kaunas this year is elected as an European capital of culture. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Iris. Yes, you can, I think, good idea to stay here. And in fact, I will ask Georgi and Maxime as well to join at the podium in case there are questions. Yeah, so we heard a lot in the session, and I know people are maybe a little bit warm and a little bit tired, but I think this is a good opportunity to discuss and ask some questions about this area. We heard already some of the work that's been going on. In fact, Gidris is like a champion already for land consolidation and promoting it with students, and Georgi as well, in a university here that has been teaching topics on land consolidation for a long time. And so we'd like to open the floor and also to gauge people's interest to perhaps participate in this initiative. So are there any questions? We have microphones. If anyone has something they would like online, we have, yeah, Ramila, please.
Yes, there is one question to Georgi. Do you teach spatial planning only for rural areas or also for urban areas?
Of course, spatial planning is teaching both sides. We teach urban areas like comprehensive plans, detailed development plans, but that's a smaller portion of the course. The larger portion of the course is land consolidation process. We teach them how to do reallotment plan, how to from start to finish, how to collect the data, how to organize data, how to control the data, and in the end, how to create blocks and divide it into land parcels. More technical part of the reallotment planning. Urban part, it's urban land development is also taught in some other courses like real estate management, and some parts of the cadastre are also referring to urban land planning, but in a way how the land parcels are created and in relation with cadastre system.
Thank you, Georgi. There is one comment to your explanation. Real estate management studies are required from land consolidation project managers in Finland. That's for your consideration, for your information.
Thank you.
Yes, Andrew.
Hi, this is a question for Giedrus then. I mean, in some ways, your analysis at the beginning is quite, it might put off some people, because what you were showing was that, at least amongst the students in Lithuania, there seems to be a declining interest in this field. What is your assessment as to why this is the case? I mean, is it because people are perhaps got more opportunities to do this kind of programs abroad? So they might decide that, I mean, I know from my university, the numbers have changed dramatically in terms of where students come from. So maybe a decline isn't necessarily a reflection of lack of interest in the topic, just a sign of increased options as to where you might study, especially when you have countries that are trying to attract master's level English language students, and they might offer bursaries, they might offer some kind of easy visas, they might offer some subsidized accommodation. So just in your sense, what do you feel is behind this apparent drop in interest at student level?
Thank you, Andrew, for your perfect question. I would answer in this way, because I would say that the trends is related with the engineering, not only with land management, land surveying, all the trends you are able to see in engineering. For example, in construction, the numbers is decreasing as well. So probably students are wishing to choose theater, media, and all other things, because it's quite hard to enter to the university to study engineering, because it's necessary to have good basics on physics, on mathematics, and so on. So probably problem comes from the school. So that is the reason why I am going to the schools and encouraging youth to choose this profession and to consider to prepare. I'm not only going to the last, classes. I'm, visiting them quite early. And for example, during the GIS days, international GIS days, I'm visiting and talking, with the 12th grade students, pupils, and so on. So it's a global trend, I would say. And okay.
May I say something about the same topic? What Lithuania is experiencing at the moment, we are experiencing as well. Faculty for Civil Engineering at the study program of geodesy this year has 30 students in the first year of studies. But if we go back like 7-8 years, we had around 80. Before that, we had again 50. So what caused this? Maybe it's different in Macedonia than in Lithuania, but we have the same fluctuation. Private surveying practice started in 2005, and we had like 35-40 students per year. After that, private surveying companies, land surveyors started to be a scarcity. We didn't have enough. So the companies start to pay higher salaries to surveying engineers. And then we had 60, 70, even we get to the number of 100 students in the first year of studies. Now the surveying companies are not in the same position as they were like 7 years ago. And since there are more surveyors on the market and the salaries are not so good as they were in the past, now the number of students is decreasing. At least this is my explanation of this fluctuation. However, if something is changed on the market, probably there will be again change in the number of students who are enrolled in the first year. The other problem is that we have less graduated students at high school level. According to statistics, I think St. Kyrillos and Methodius University has about 20,000, more than 20,000 student free places for new students. But we have this year, I think 17,000 graduated from high school. So we have a lack of potential students. And that why that is changing, I'm not sure. Maybe people are going abroad. Maybe they're going to study abroad, but we have less and less students. And that's some trend which I hope will stop sooner the better.
Okay, can I ask?
Yes.
I
Jan,
like.
first, yes, and then Jan. Okay, please. Sorry.
I like your initiative, but I have several questions. I ask only some of them. At first, did I understand correctly that we talk about the master level course or our program? This is a master level, not bachelor level, yes?
Yeah, master level, yes,
Yes,
it was mentioned.
But how many years, 1 or 2? It is different, I ask, because in Estonia we have 2 years.
I was mentioning generic. So, and this is up to the discussions. Maybe we do not have all the answers right away, but it's a very good question. So it's about the outline of the curricula, of the curriculum. So we have to discuss and see, make it somehow maybe the one for 2 years or in parallel have another one for 1 year. I don't.
Okay, and you would like to work out whole curriculum, or this is a part of curriculum? Because why I ask again, because I bring example, in Estonia we have now geodesy, real estate and land management, they are together. And we have there 12 students. If we make only one curriculum for the land consolidation and land banking, I'm not sure that we can survive. It is my problem if I say that.
Yeah, maybe just if I will try to respond that it will have modules still. So I guess some of those modules, because would be best if universities would have land consolidation as a separate, study. But of course, we cannot, the people can choose to study different disciplines and to envisage that situation. These most probably are the modules which can then be, let's say, distributed and selected by different other, let's say, disciplines, programs and professions.
Okay, as I said, this is a good idea to do that. However, there are so many details. I'm afraid this deadline, what to say, 2022, it's I don't think that you can do that so fast. This is maybe one problem.
No, actually, yeah, these are very good questions, and they will be discussed during the very first meetings of the working group. So we have to agree, have to see also what are the study programs in different countries, and then there will be some kind of decision taken all together. Thank you.
Yes, please, Morten.
These are all good questions, and we do not have all the answers. Actually, we really need the cooperation with the universities here, because we are not the experts in developing university curriculum. You are there. So, but again, what I think we have in mind is, and it can be, as Maxim said, it has to be tailored. We are not going to develop one European curriculum on land consolidation and land banking, and then several countries will teach the same. It's to support the thinking behind the capacity development for land consolidation and land banking, and getting it integrated into the teaching that the universities are already doing. I would think that you would, at least what I had in mind, but we are not fully finalized even our internal discussions on this yet, that you would not study for 2 years a master in land consolidation and have a master degree in land consolidation. You might have a master degree, as you said, in land management with specialization in land consolidation, for example. This is what I would have in mind, that it's not a new education. It's a specialization of several existing educations. And I think that is also important. I would think ideally this would be something that could be, let's say, if it was offered by the Faculty of Civil Engineering here in Skopje, then the students who are studying agriculture, also at the same university, why would they not also to be able to specialize on top of their education as a master in agriculture or as agronomist, also to study land banking and land consolidation from that perspective? So they would have the courses together across different educations somehow, across different faculties. And even if we to take it one step further, and we see, because Georgie listed very well what is it that the let's say the perfect land consolidation planner or expert needs to be able to do. And we see this goes, it's not even only technical disciplines, it's very much also social science that is required here. Of course, you need to have some kind of technical background. You need to understand how is the cadastre system functioning and all these things. You also need something about surveying, something about GIS. But in principle, you do not necessarily need to be the GIS specialist yourself or the surveyor. This is also services that others can provide into the process. So again, it depends on how it's organized. And I just actually wanted to say one thing, because what we have seen from several countries is that countries that have the aim to develop national land consolidation programs, we always say that there are 5 minimum requirements that they need to, let's say, fulfill before we would say a country has a program. The first one is the embedding the land consolidation in the overall land policy of the country. It's the development and adoption of a legal framework. Funding needs to be, budgets needs to be there. And then there's a 4th one that I forget now, but the 5th one is the capacity development. And that is the capacity to do the projects that, starting from the pilots, what we have done, for example, with the mainland project, working with experts like Georgie and others in the project team, recruiting them, giving them practical experience also, because there was almost 0 practical experience for land consolidation when we started the first project 8 years ago. But we have also learned that the capacity development and the take-up of this also in the public sector is the most difficult part. We can get expertise, we can develop a law, but to ensure that this will really continue to function, to secure the sustainability, the long-term sustainability of the investments in projects and introduction, that is really the tricky part. So, and I would think that if it's about attracting young people to study this. If we make it more multidisciplinary, which is really the need, then I think, okay, maybe I did not dream to be, let's say, a land surveyor or geodetic engineer, whatever it's called in different countries. But if it is mixed up with, or it can be combined with work on multi-purpose land consolidation, like nature and environmental protection, infrastructure projects. We can link it with sustainable development in general, achieving the 2030 agenda and all kinds of other things. Then I think we have a much better chance to attract young people to study these topics than if it's classical, for example, engineering faculty. And yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Morten. I think Jan.
I have a question for Gideus. I was heard about it that you will be the manager of this project within the FAO, I understand. Talking about the list of universities or countries, as Maxine said, I'm missing some Western Europe part universities. Would it be an idea to think about that?
Good suggestion, Jan. Thank you.
I have my name is Winkler. I'm coming from Germany and have a short question to the two people from the university. Do you offer the dual studies? Will you have partners with company, industry, or with state offices?
In Lithuania, no.
In Macedonia, no.
Because we have I'm come from Bavaria, and in the state office we have the problem maybe 5 or 6 years ago that we have no bachelor students. They come out of the university and they can have 5 jobs. And we was one of the first offices in Bavaria that we can offer the dual studies. And now we are very successful. In my office, I have now 12 students.
Thank you for that, that very valuable comment. Yeah, Georgi, please.
We have a question from one of the online participants, if I may. It's from Andriy Popov in Ukraine. He asks, is it possible to teach land consolidation without such legislation and case studies in the country? The European experience is good, but it is a theory from teachers who did not participate in land consolidation. What would you recommend?
First of all, I want to send greetings to Andriy Popov. I think we know each other for 10 years, and I'm glad that he's following this conference, this workshop. Macedonia is an example that we taught land consolidation without a law. We had the law since 1992, I think, and this law was never implemented until 2007 when the law stopped to exist. But during that law and after that law, within the period when we didn't have any law about land consolidation, we still taught our students on land consolidation. The law is teaching us about a procedure and some restrictions that are there, but there are also basic principles behind land consolidation. So these basic principles and these technical things related with land consolidation we can teach without law. However, if we have a law, that's an additional thing that is even better because we can discuss about particular articles, and if we have a case studies, it is even better. Macedonia didn't have it since its independence in 1990 until 3 years ago. We didn't have any case study here, but we teach land consolidation. Now we have a much better situation where we can show how we have done some things. Of course, experience is extremely important, but not always we have opportunities to work on land consolidation projects. If the teacher has that kind of experience, that will be much better for students.
From my side, nothing to amend. Actually, I have one question for the audience. Here in this hall, you are all ambassadors of the land consolidation. How many of you visited schools, universities, and told the stories about land consolidation? Anyone? Okay, thank you. So next time the audience will be full of the forest of hands.
Maybe I'm a bit late with this discussion because there was a discussion between Maxim and the lady at the back. But there are several ways how to implement new courses or topics about land consolidation. We can build the whole study program. It is possible to build the whole study program. It is possible to create courses related to land consolidation, and it is possible to create a pool of lectures or topics related with land consolidation. We had before a project which is called Best SDI, and it's related with spatial data infrastructure, and that is what exactly was created within that project, a pool of lectures. So each university or each faculty where, let's say, land consolidation want to be implemented or implemented in a larger scale than it is at the moment, can take part of these courses or the whole course or the several lectures, connected lectures, and implement in the existing courses. For instance, in Macedonia, it's a bit difficult to change, to implement a new course, because we need to wait for 4 years and then to make the whole paperwork about introducing a new course and so on. But we can always change a part of the course. Let's say 20–30% of the course we can always change. And if we have this kind of, let's say, pool of lectures, we can take a few lectures, modules, let's say, we can implement it in some existing courses. In that way, we can, in a fast way, bring land consolidation topics into existing study programs. At least that's my way of seeing. There are different ways how to implement these topics, courses of land consolidation.
Thank you, Gyuri. I think there was a question in the back.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I also would like to support your idea, and it's really great and really supporting a lot of implementation of land consolidation. And I really wish you luck in doing this. I just want to also give one comment, and somehow I'm connecting on the comment of Mr. Winkler. I think that you also maybe should have in mind, now you're talking about courses and everything, but I think especially for the topic of land consolidation, practical experience, it's very important, beside theoretical, that people can faster really learn. And this is also somehow, maybe it's not my answer to the colleague from Ukraine, but also maybe just my comment on his question, that that should be also taken in consideration, this organization, if it's possible, that from time to time in most important phases of land consolidation, they go not just to speak with the planners, but also with the people, with the farmers, to understand how they are thinking, with the land consolidation committee, and with all important stakeholders in this process. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? I don't see any, and I don't see any online. So thank you all very much. I'd like to thank again the presenters. I think this was a very useful and sort of a spark, if you will, to what will be coming in the next months, in the next year with this initiative. And it was very encouraging to hear your support and your suggestions. And we very much look forward to the process, and to at a future meeting, perhaps at a future LANDNET, to report back and see how it has developed and come along. So thank you all very much. I thank you, presenters. One final round of applause for the presenters. You can take your seat. And I hand over to Morten for a brief wrap-up and closing for today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this was a very good discussion, exactly what we hoped for. Let me just say that we have not yet decided about the universities or even about countries. So we tried to link this together with countries where we already have ongoing. And this is partly also to answer what Jan was saying. Of course, it's a good idea to involve universities from countries in Western Europe, but our focus is always on supporting our 18 program countries in Europe and Central Asia. So that is why we try to link this with countries like here in North Macedonia, where we are supporting these topics technically already, and then try to let's say, we already build up capacity since all the projects started for the teams, the consultants, the teams, the people from the ministries that were involved. But now we're trying to take it one step further so that we build up also capacity for the long-term sustainability of the programs with those who are having the basic, let's say, the background, the technical educational background from the universities, and see how we can link these things together. So if some of you would like to be involved in this, then send us an email, express your interest, and we will see. We will also discuss more in detail with the colleagues from ministries, from academia already, that we already know, to identify. In some countries there are, we heard, I was very surprised to hear Georgie tell us that we have more than 20 universities in North Macedonia. So in some countries, it's actually not so easy to identify clearly what is the right partner for such a project. So we need help with that as well. And we'll discuss this, but we don't want to exclude anybody. So if you're interested, please send us an email and follow up, or we can talk during the breaks or these days. Thank you very much. In general, I don't want to start to conclude everything from each of the sessions we had today. I am very happy with how everything has went. I think the two sessions on land banking showed very well the connection between what we have tried to do with our normative work, resulting in the land banking study that Thomas presented. We added on top of that survey that Maxim presented. And we heard then how land banking is applied in different countries, and we could have added 5 more countries if we had time in the sessions and we would have seen even more diversity. We tried to pick countries that, say, under the label of land banking are doing quite different things still. I think it's a little bit, we do not yet have fully the common terminology. I think one of the things that we have achieved with LANDNET over the years is that we are now relatively close, at least if we compare to 10 or 15 years ago, we are relatively close to talk the same language when we talk about land consolidation. We have all an idea that this is something that requires specific legislation. It requires professionals that are dealing with it. It requires public purpose and all these things. But for land banking, it's still like a little bit, but still when we try to condense with the survey and also with the study that we did, we only identified 2, let's say, significantly different approaches to land banking. And still we see that the country examples are quite different within those 2. We were not able to, I would have expected maybe we would find 3, 4 different types of land banking, but we were only able to put them into 2 different categories. For example, the selling and the sale and purchase and sale instrument is in some countries linked completely, like we heard from Denmark. There's no land banking in Denmark if it wasn't for the land consultation. There would be no such thing as a land bank. While they do more or less the same in Latvia, or without linking it at all with land consolidation, because they don't have land consolidation. So it still be put into the same category, because what is going on is basically the same. State is buying land for some specific purpose. The purpose is of course different in the different countries, but still, I think it's quite interesting. So the country examples were very useful also. And the discussion we had now in the last session, I conclude on that already. It's work in progress. We start this activity now. We hope we really need partners to participate in this. Gedres is our international consultant who will lead the work, but we are also to be fully involved in this. So, and if we will not be able to manage to finalize it by the end of the year, I still hope we can, because we do not, again, we see this as the beginning of a process to feed into something that can be used in different countries, but we are not preparing the full curriculum in the sense that it's ready to be applied as it is for a 2-year master course or 2-year master education in any country. So thank you very much for the active participation today. Yeah, I hope to see all of you at the dinner tonight. And again, the taxis are leaving from here 7:45. And if anybody would like to have transportation from some other place in the city center, then talk with Georgie. Now is the last chance. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all of those who have been connected online. We really appreciate that as well. Thank you.